like I always have the same question today. It's like, where are you and how are you doing? We have like this. We're not meeting in Singapore. We're meeting like somewhere around the world. Everyone. So where are you? How are things for you?
Hi, good, thanks, Mario. I did a COVID test this morning. I was negative, so another survived another day. I am in Bangkok, Thailand. It's incredible, isn't it, for all the talk about how open source allows for loose remote collaboration, how much we miss the human touch and the and warm bodies. I find this to be a
Absolutely.
very interesting paradox of our
Absolutely.
community.
Yeah. But I knew that already. Like I always, even I have the human touch. I always miss our Open Tech Summit in Thailand, for example, that we did together. And yeah, I can't wait for some activities we can run again face to face. But it's great to stay connected. And I hand over to you and let you run the upcoming sessions. Thank you very much, Mishari, for taking care of that.
Thanks, Mario. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to this session. So coming up next, we have Olaf Kolkman. I apologize if I messed up the pronunciation. Speaking about the considerations for mandating open interfaces. Now software is the reason that we can have multiple softwares working together is because of open interfaces between each software unit, and and I think that it's very important for those interfaces to make sense and to allow for truly open interoperability. So Olaf will be coming and giving a talk about that. Uh, Olaf, I see that you have a technical difficulty. Can you open your webcam and we can see what we can do for you?
I th-
So I think I had an audio problem for a moment, but I'm now here. I have a question though.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to pin my video, because I will be presenting using my screen as the presenter thing. So
I can take
the screen
Michelle, if you want.
Roland, you're taking care of that?
Yep.
Yep.
Done.
Thank you.
Okay, well, over to you, Olaf. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Olaf. I am the principal of Internet Tech Policy and Advocacy at Internet Society is a global cost-based organization with 88,000 individual members, 87 organizational members, with 4 chapters distributed all over the world, and you can become a member too. And we strive for open, global, pure and trustworthy for everyone. And we do that by looking at policies, policy development, but also technical development. Things that have, for instance, is a close tie with the FTF world that I sort of come from. That's what I want to talk about today. What I wanted to talk about is dating open interfaces. And the question is, why would I do that? Well, first, the acknowledgement. This talk is on a 2020 Internet Society report, Considerations for Mandating Open Interfaces, which was mainly written by Simon Phibbs and Javier Ruiz, with some editorial support from a small team at the Internet Society. It's also based on a memo that we produced earlier this year on the DMA and the interoperability of encrypted messages. And this is based, or at least inspired, on a bunch of writings by Ian Brown and the references that he gives. So I'd be amiss to not say that. But why? Why did we do the report in the first place? Well, we see that in the global debate, people have recognized the trends of consolidation. We all know the big companies that have enormous economic powers, but we do see services that are being set up and sort of coming together, and things grow and collate, so to speak. And among policymakers, academics, and economists, there is the idea had grown already in 2019 to start mandating interoperability through providing open interfaces. So why is this of interest of the Internet Society? Well, we do not really have an economic interest in the policies. There are other people who are much more specialist on that. But given that a lot of the interfaces nowadays, or lots of the services on the internet, have become de facto building blocks for internet applications, and therefore have become infrastructure, we are interested in making sure that the gap between the expected outcome of a policy measure comes close to the actual outcome of the policy measure, so that there are no unintended consequences for the internet. And understanding of how the actual outcome of a mandate can differ from the expected outcome of a mandate depends a lot on understanding the implementation and the boundary conditions of the policies. And this is extremely relevant because the Digital Marketing Act was agreed upon 1 or 2 weeks ago. It's even in a case where we actually don't have the final text. We know that agreement has been made in the European tripartite negotiations that go on. I will bore you with the details of European policymakers, but of details there. And the Digital Marketing Act has a number of requirements on what they call are the gatekeepers. And gatekeepers are really these companies that are around today, the Googles, the Amazons, the Microsofts. They're basically defined by having a revenue in the size of billions, and a customer base of the size of 10 to 100 millions. So big companies are now subject to that. And in the Digital Marketing Act, now we'll weave that through the examples that I give, is a requirement for interoperability on messaging, on internet messaging. So when policymakers start making policy around, mandating interfaces or have a measure, so to speak, then they have an intended outcome in mind, and they really have to think about that. So what are those intended outcomes? Is it to ensure that customers can switch services with as little hindrance or friction as possible, or is it that you can use a service through the data generated by another one? You use an API or something. Or do you want to have several services use the same data and state? For instance, if you have a contact book somewhere, you want to synchronize that contact book somewhere else. Or do you actually want to enable you to collaborate with the real-time messaging across different services? Is an example of that. And in the case of the DMA, the European Commission requires collaborate for instant messaging. They say, if there is a company that wants to interoperate with you, you have to enable that. That is what they say to the gatekeepers. The intended outcome will dictate the approach. You can have data portability, moving your data from one service to another. Think of all those pictures that you have recognized faces of in one piece of photo software. You want to move that into another piece of software, that type of thing. You can have inter-service interoperability, where users communicate between different services. Users in Signal potentially exchanging messages with WhatsApp or Telegram or what have you. But it could also be data access, like getting a dump of a database or another set of resources, or actually have an API by which you can query that database. So that the intended outcome may dictate the approach. But that's too easy. Because when you start to dig into this, you actually have to have a little bit of an understanding of what happens under the hood of software. You have to understand the internals. So this is what we explain to policymakers. I don't have to explain this to your crowd, of course. You all know how this works. But this is the way that we explain it. To gain interoperability, you have to understand what makes interoperability work. And you have to understand the interface, and you have to understand the implementation. And in the implementation, you have to understand the difference between a state machine and a data model. The interface introduces a layer of abstraction, but the details behind that abstraction might be very important. And of course, we have different types of interfaces that you already know. You know, pure data structures like X509 certificates are just pure data structures. Protocol have a mix of data and state transitions. The picture here is the well-known TCP protocol, which is defined by state transitions and not so much for its data model. And then you have the functional interfaces. That is also a type of interface where you can sort of, trigger state and retrieve state. Depends a little bit on the type of interface. And RESTful interfaces will have as minimal state on the server as possible, of course. But if you think about these implementations and interface, and if you have similar state machines, and similarly data models, then basically you're very close to basically, being able to swap out things. Think of a common library that is used in two implementation. The library that provides that requires a certain data model and implements the state machine. If you use the same library, then having an interface between, two instances of that library might be easy, even though you have different products. But if the state machine is radically different, or the data model is radically different, then the interface becomes much harder. And of course, interoperability is not an absolute. If you want to have interoperability, say, between two word processors, then it might be efficient to just have the raw text go from one word processor to the other. You make a dump of the text, you ship it over, and somebody imports it. But if you want to have exact visual representation with the page breaks and the font sizes and everything in the same place, then it's become much harder. Think about interoperability. How would you achieve interoperability in that sense between, say, LaTeX and Microsoft Word? Very hard, very hard. So it is all about the practicalities of the outcome that determine that divergence between intended outcome and actual outcome. So the approaches to interoperability, the questions that policymakers might have is, or might impose are service mobility or shared data and state or inter-service collaboration. And all those have different expectations on the data model and the state machine. Now, the good thing, if you look at the DMA, is that the requirements in the DMA for instant messaging is outcome based, and they really don't care what type of approach the gatekeepers will take in achieving interoperability. But it will actually result in inter-server collaboration, is my prediction. But as I said, there is this spectrum of interoperability. The example word processor I give, you can have text interoperability, but you can also have visual interoperability. And the same is, of course, true with any type of interoperability. And that's why choosing the scope is actually important. Because an application might have specific capabilities that is other from the other application that is already out there, which you want to operate. And choosing the exact scope of the interoperability is really about, what is the minimal level of functionality that I want to provide. And the Commission has thought about this in this case. They have initially required one-on-one text messaging, so a very limited scope in all pieces of and they have to do others of files. But in theory, you need to be able to do group messaging, and you have to be able to do a real-time communication. I believe those are the numbers. Might be wrong by a few months. And there are other examples as well. In the UK, there is a initiative where people where banking detail can be shared to offer services. And of course, the banks have much more detail on their customers than that they can share and that everybody can agree on. So there's sort of an absolute minimum amount of data that is being shared so that people can actually provide services like insurance advice and so on and so forth, credit maintenance and that type of thing. And only the basic account details such as balance, raw credit, and debit transactions are sort of gained and that's important because data that you export from one server from one system might be completely worthless to another system. So making the wrong choices here again might be getting you into the wrong place, the wrong outcome. The similar questions you have to ask about the development of the interface. Do you want to have that be based on standards, or do you want to have that based on the availability of APIs or libraries or GitHub repositories or what have you? Do you want to have that based on open source? Do you want to do that with a rights granting scheme where people have to pay for the standard essential patents under FRAND, or do you want to have rights waivers, or do you want to have license fee-led type of approaches here? I'm sure that this crowd has an idea about this. I know where I'm speaking. And once you start operating the interface, and this is also something that policy makers need to think about, because if you don't think about this, you may end up in that different outcome. If you operate an interface, if you provide an API, how do you control the access? Identity management, key management, those type of things come into play. And how do you do the control of your API? How do you evolve the API? What if other people use it and there are rate limits, DDoS issues? Do you do rate limiting? How do you do that? Those are all things that you have to think about and that might introduce friction in interoperability. And therefore, your interoperability requirements might not be successful. because you introduce friction by not thinking about this. And by the way, for the messaging, of course, these are big questions. What are those change control policies? How do you mandate access? Do you go about with key management? Key management is incredibly important for encrypted and to encrypted messaging. And those are all kinds of open questions. And then there's a policy side of the thing. Are your assumptions about the environment actually correct? And there are questions you can ask about underlying market dynamic. Is dominant player preventing better products gaining market foothold? Do they have a crap product, but they have such a market they don't care? Or do they actually have a better market so that they actually, attract all these all the customers? And if they have a better market, they can invest their profit in remaining better. But it might be that if you create a competitor, that competitor might never be able to create better product because they don't have the influence. And therefore, they might not be able to take over a market. Will a mandate disadvantage smaller players? It's a small player, and you're now being able to interoperate with Facebook, with Meta. And you get all that data from Meta you have at your disposal. Well, at the same time that you do that, you have to put in governance mechanisms in place to govern that data, govern that wealth of knowledge, because otherwise you're liable, of course. That might be introducing a very high burden on a startup. So will innovation thrive, or will ossification be the result? Products actually innovate faster than standards. Matthew Wild wrote a nice blog post about that. Basically saying, once you have a standard, you're ossified. ATP is still, it's only at 0.3. We only recently saw change. ACP hasn't changed much. DNS has a hard time evolving. All those internet standards are pretty much in place once they have been developed. Fortunately, there is a little going on there than the IC, but there is a underlying truth to the argument that products just go faster than standards. Now, in the context of the EU, in the internet messaging, so to speak, it's only the gatekeepers are required to open up. It's not the small that are required to operate with the big ones, which is, I think, a good thing. There can also be conflicting policy objectives. I'm speaking to an Asian crowd. I don't know what the situation here is, but there might be actually reasons why a mandate in an economic bloc like the EU will have negative impact on the situation in Asia or in the US. One of the questions that you can ask is, IPR regimes or data flows and data pools. How does that work? And specifically with the more interest in data sovereignty. Just remember the last speaker. And there might be objectives that in Gaia there is an objective to keep everything in Europe, but maybe there is a conflicting objective in mandating an open interface that will make that data leak out. You don't know. So you really have to think about this. And then there's the security and privacy issues. If you get to interoperability, you need privacy safeguards. And you need to have compliance with all the regulations and rules around the data that is not exposed to others. And how do you do that? Who do you make accountable? Are you going to present pop-ups to users? Well, good luck with that. We know how well users understand interfaces. And we know how good we, technologists, make interfaces. In other words, if you want to do policy development in this space, you really have to think about the feasibility, the unintended outcomes, and the dependencies. I want to shortly end with a view on the messaging thing. The European Union has said, make it open. The final text is not really available, but this is the case. Gatekeepers will have to provide interoperable APIs on request. Smaller players do not have to play. APIs might provide the same level of end-to-end encryption as their own service. This is what is out of the negotiation, but the actual wording in the final regulation needs to be seen. The lawyers still have to implement that agreement that has been made. I think this is a very important thing to track collectively, make sure that the end-to-end encryption remains strong and is not deteriorated over all the gateways that will be needed to achieve interoperability. And as I already said, one-to-one messages are first and then group messaging and multimedia are later. And as I said, I think that the result will be gateways. The picture that you see there is the whole family of internet messaging protocols and services. And we know, some products are based on Matrix, some on XMPP, some on MQTT, some on proprietary protocols, and making those interoperable because they have different state machines and other data models. It'd be extremely hard and cause gateways to be implemented. And once you have those gateways, maintaining properties over gateways will be hard. For instance, Facebook has this property that you can self-destruct a message. After it's been read, it will disappear. What happens? We have interoperability, but that feature is not implemented by the other party. Will you get a pop-up? This message will not self-destruct after you send it. Do you want to send it anyway? I don't know. What is the regular user going to do? How will this impact our security? The question also is will players play? Signal might not. Moxie has been on record saying that he doesn't want to have interoperability. He basically says, with the telephone number as the de facto ID, the switching costs and the frictions for users to just change network is fairly low. That's his argument there, at least the way that I understand the argument. So since the friction is low, you don't have to care about the gatekeeping functions, because if you have a better product, people will just switch. And I think he has because a lot of people are using Signal instead of WhatsApp. In closing, because I know we need to, interoperability to mandated interface may not have the intended effects. I think we intuitively all know policies made with sort of intention, and the effects never know. Think about the Ma Bell break in the US. We're back. The may set some outcome-based requirements and basically allows the market to nerd our way out of a problem. We've seen that before. Policy make boundary conditions and the market, geek your way out of it, engineer your way out of it, solve this problem. In some cases that works, in some cases it doesn't. We also seen this with the encryption debate, where some policy makers say, well, this is a problem for us, geek your way out of it. And that argument doesn't always work. I think in this case, there's much more to say for nerd your way out, the problem type of argument. But whether usable interoperability will be the outcome, that remains to be seen. I think that the expected outcome of the mandates here will be fairly different from the actual outcome of the mandate. And my crystal ball is bad to predict what will actually be happening, but I would look at the stress between the security requirement, the usability, and the interoperability, and I would look at the potential stall of innovations. Will this space be, grind to a halt, or people continue to innovate? And with that, I'd like to thank you. Over to
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olaf. I think we have time for just one quick question. Roland, would you like to come on and ask yours?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Olaf. This was, sorry, for the benefit of the audience, I actually invited Olaf to present this. I sort of routinely and publicly advocate free and open to everything. And this paper laid out in rather sickening detail why that isn't necessarily a good idea, or at least what the limits are. I do have a question, but before I ask it, I would like to just point out there's been an astonishing scheduling coincidence. You talked about the problems of interfaces being standardized, becoming ossified. We've spent the last decade and a half dealing with making authentication work for email. It happens that our next speaker is the author of RFC 4408, which standardized SPF. So he's had direct experience with the single most difficult example of a system that has retained full interoperability, amazingly, which is email, despite having somewhat ossified standards. But it's a pretty awful example. Stuff that we felt we should have been able to solve in a year took almost 2 decades to sort out. It's
as I said, I think you're right. As I said, if you look under the hood, there are some details where it's not that tough, so to speak. But yes, we have had problems in deploying new technology, and specifically if it comes to solving the very problem in the internet. With DNS security, routing security, email security, all those topics have had marginal improvements, I would say. I don't want to insult anybody by saying SPF was a marginal improvement, but the email world, we can actually see there's been some movement, but once you have a standard, you also need to have it deployed. So, we'll see.
I'm looking forward, and certainly to the implementation of the DMA. In the interest of time, though, I'll pass on my question. And Mashari, thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much, Roland. Hello? Everyone, just give us a moment. Hello? I see you. I don't hear you.
All right. It looks like I'm a presenter. Hello. Am I an
I
anime
mean,
character?
yes, you are.
I am. Okay, well, that's fine. All right, so I just to give everyone in the audience a little bit of context, 6 years ago, I presented at FOSSASIA, and hello again. And at that time, this was really just an idea. And in the 6 years since, this project has actually made quite a lot of progress. We have raised $15 million in funding. We have written a whole bunch of code. Along the way, I have gone and learned Haskell, which is one of the more interesting programming languages to go and develop a new programming language in. And the result, I'm very happy to share with everyone today. This is still a work in progress. And I'm a little bit worried about my video bandwidth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the video recording of a talk that I gave just a few weeks ago at an academic conference called POPL. So POPL is the Principles of Programming Languages. It's a very academic conference. So I tried to give this talk a little bit more of an academic flavor. The talk will run for 15 minutes, and I will be available to do Q&A during the talk on my keyboard and live after the talk as well. So if I make a few references during the talk to other presenters, that's because this was from a workshop a few weeks ago. Shall we go ahead?
Okay, wonderful. Well, let's get your video up on the screen. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meng. You may know me on Twitter as Meng Wang. Over the past couple of years in Singapore, I have had the privilege of studying computational law in the company of Dr. Martin Strecker, Avishkar Mahajan, Inari Listenma, and other. I have had the privilege of studying computational law in the company of Dr. Martin Strecker, Avishkar Mahajan, Inari Listenma, and other colleagues, including Jason Morris, who presented earlier. So when people ask, what's interesting about comp law? I usually say something like static analysis and formal verification. And they say, what? And I say, using computers to find loopholes in the law and mistakes in contracts. And then they say, well, that sounds like magic. And I say, yes, in fact, it's the kind of magic the Avengers used to beat Thanos. Remember this? He's actually talking about model checking with CTL. So I'm going to talk about how we found a race condition in the law, thanks to Dr. Seuss here. And then I'll talk about other things our platform tries to do, and I'll finish with a tour of the syntax and the IDE. So this is the law where we found the race condition. Singapore's GDPR is the PDPA. Hypothetically, if your computers got pwned in a data breach and exposed user information, the law says you have to tell the users. So, not so hypothetical, a few years ago, Singapore managed to lose the medical records of about a quarter of the population. And we know this won't be the last time that happens. So to improve the user experience for whatever tech company next gets pwned, the Personal Data Protection Commission is now working with us to streamline the creation of applications like this one to help you work through the aftermath of the next data breach. The law says, if you think you got pwned, you have to investigate. You have to assess, is it a notifiable data breach? And if it is, you have to tell the government as soon as possible, ASAP, 3 days. You also have to tell the affected users that you lost their data, with some exceptions. And at this point, people tend to be very interested in exceptions. And this is what we call the planning problem, abductive reasoning in law. There's an obligation coming up that I want to get out of. What do I need to do? To explore the exceptions, we can use a SAT solver, Prolog, SCASP, Klingo to do abductive reasoning. And in our system, we export to ASP and we get some answers back. Anyway, if none of the exceptions apply, then you have to notify the users ASAP in parallel with notifying the commission. But maybe the data breach is so sensitive that the PDPC tells you, hold on, don't notify the users just yet. We need to manage the PR story. Oops, too late. I already told the users because I did everything ASAP. So that's a race condition, and to find it, We export to a model checker called UPAL. We write a CTL property that says, did I inform anybody I was not supposed to? And the system comes back with a trace showing how this race condition could arise. And in our language, all this turns basically into a compiler warning for the developer to think about. I should say I'm not claiming originality here. The idea of model checking contracts goes back to some work that was done in Scandinavia 15 years ago. And this paper introduced the idea of tax evasion as a problem in abductive planning. So we just want to bring all these capabilities together in one place and give legal drafters the kind of feedback that programmers usually get from a compiler. You know, in law, it's better to find bugs at compile time because exception handling at runtime, that's called litigation. Now, to be fair to the government, this is a pretty trivial toy example. Their guidelines already do talk about this particular situation. They did anticipate it and they do address it. But you can imagine more complicated situations that are harder to anticipate, where having a robo-lawyer starts to really make sense, because model checkers today are capable of handling incredibly large state spaces. They can explore every possible feature under the contract and find those edge cases. 14,605 features. But this magic wouldn't be very magical if it needed humans to do a lot of the work, right? Our job as computer people is to help streamline and automate Our job as computer people is to help streamline and automate everything we can. So let me talk about the downstream applications and transpilation targets that would benefit from this. A to J, access to justice applications, help end users make sense of legal situations. In rules as code situations, we want to give the people drafting laws error messages when we find these loopholes or monotonicity violations or inconsistencies like the race condition that we just saw. And as a flex, we want to output to different natural languages and summarize the semantics in different ways. So following the example set by GHC, we currently have a core language with a rigorous semantics and a more user-friendly language, high in sugar, syntactic sugar, that translates down to the core. And from that, we transpile further to different applications and backends. And in future, as we develop confidence in the semantics of the higher level sugary language, we may just transpile to the applications directly. So let's talk applications. The simplest one I like to call Delora the Lore Explorer, because nowadays regulations come at you so fast, you know, who has time to hand build a website or even an infographic? We need a law explorer. And that was the first thing the PDPC asked us for. So we made a simple app builder that automatically generates a web UI out of the encoded rules. We used to call this an expert system. And it does pretty much what you would expect. The system does the usual deductive reasoning and offers its answer, plus an explanation of how it arrived at that answer. And speaking of explanations, I want to give a shout out to the SCAS people for their commitment to readable justifications. This turns out to be an important differentiator vis-a-vis statistical machine learning, because GPT-3 can write a poem, but it can't explain a regression equation. So for anyone out there writing grant proposals, remember the magic word is explainable AI. Now, if you're a computer scientist, you may think that printing out the traversal of a decision tree is too trivial to be interesting, but explanations are important for industry, because after you click through the web app, you want to be able to generate an explanation that you can copy and paste into the report that you send to management, and that is business value right there. And for extra business value, you can add an infographic. This is d3.js at work, and this also goes into the report to management. And if you want to push L4 into, you know, not just a management report, but to some kind of enterprise software decision support system, like maybe Drools, we can do that. And we've also looked at BPMN and DMN for the UML people out there, business rules management systems. And that is how we turn constitutive and prescriptive rules into useful applications. Does everybody know what I mean when I say constitutive and prescriptive rules? I got that from Legal Rule ML. Constitutive rules are basically A counts as B if C holds. And Prolog is good at this. Prolog is what you would use to encode the British Nationality Act as a logic program. Hello, Professor Kowalski and people from Logical English. So if constitutive rules are the data structures, then prescriptive rules are the control structures. We model them as a collection of timed automata over multiple parties. Do you remember the contract as automaton paper? It turns a contract into GraphViz, basically. The green stuff is the happy path. Everything else is reparation pathways for when things don't go as planned. And if you added time to the edges of this DFA, you would get a timed automaton, which you can push into a model checker, UPAL. We can also export to a PetriNet, which is like a more formal version of a flowchart, and we can model check that as well. One last output target, last but not least, natural language text, because it starts in text. And if we could round trip back to natural language that was word for word identical to the original legislation, that would be a really nice way to validate the system. So if you can compile to one language, you could cross-compile to more, right? Spanish, French, German, Chinese. You could imagine this being useful in Quebec or in the EU or in Asia, where people need multilingual contracts and multilingual laws. But we don't do this with machine learning. We want to use a tool called GF. GF is much more precise, and it's the right tool for this particular job. So these are some of the targets for the language, but none of this matters if the language doesn't get traction. And traction is up to, I think, the syntax and the developer experience. Now, we don't have time to go into the precise logical semantics of the language, so I'll just show the syntax and talk about the approach. Legal Rule ML says there are two types of rules, so we have two types of rules. Prescriptive rules look like this. You get a key value pair for a party, a deontic over an action, a temporal constraint, and a predicate condition. Right? There are other keywords, but this is the essence of a prescriptive or regulative rule. Every person may park for free until midnight when it is an off-peak day. When is it an off-peak day? It is an off-peak day if it is a weekend or it is a public holiday. And if you check these boxes, the logic works and you get the results. Now, we are very grateful to the people behind Legal Rule ML because it is their shoulders we stand on, and on the shoulders of the Copenhagen group, who about 10 years ago not only formalized a contract specification language, but also implemented it in Haskell. Some of that work is now turning into a startup. And in addition to these two primary influences, we do hope to learn from all the work by all the people who are with us today and all the people who are not with us today. So that's the concrete syntax. But what exactly is different from what has come before? Where is the novel contribution? Leaving aside all the technical issues of logic and semantics, we worry about the adoption challenge. The person sitting at the keyboard is never in a million years going to install VS Code or Emacs or Vim or anything like that. So I don't think it's unfair to say that their comfort zone starts at Microsoft Word and it ends at Microsoft Excel. So fine, Excel it is. This stuff is actually in Google Sheets. The link is in the slides. This is the IDE. For power users, we want to always keep the plain text VS Code option available. But before we have power users, first we need any users at all. So if you download this as a CSV, the L4 looks like this, literally, comma, separated values. And let me just say to the compiler people in the audience, when your input is a CSV, you get to outsource your lexing and your tokenization, which is pretty awesome. And you get layout indentation for free. Push it through the parser, and you get an AST. And from the AST, you can transpile to all the targets we just talked about. All this code is on GitHub, by the way, but it is very early. And if you want luxuries like a makefile or a tutorial, please give us another 6 months. Some of the functionality I'm presenting is still a work in progress, but even if it doesn't work 100%, I promise it is in development and it is on its way there. So spreadsheets also make unit testing easy. Given these inputs running this rule, you should expect this output. And it's close enough to natural language that people should be able to just do this without too much training. Right now, our language reference is a single tab in the spreadsheet, so I'm not going to go into the details. But I will just say that our approach to choosing these keywords was to look at existing legal text,
identify the relevant logics at work, paint the text with the appropriate types, basically, rearrange it according to the logic, and you get a sentence that makes sense to humans but has enough logic for a machine to process. Speaking of logic, I like to joke that contract languages have enough calculi to form our own LAMP stack. Lambda, mu, and pi. LAMP. So we have a syntax that's deliberately similar to existing legal writing. Here we see 3 clauses, 1, 2, 3, nested, and connected by hence and lest keywords. Keywords on the left, values go on the right, so JavaScript people should say, you know, okay, not too different from JSON. And people coming from more of a legal background might find the sentence structure familiar. It took us maybe a day or two to turn the existing legislation into this format, and in the course of doing all this, we encountered an interesting theoretical question. You can explicitly put a must or a may into an individual node in a state diagram, or you could look at the entire graph and consider the deontics to be an emergent property. It turns out that, you know, if not doing something leads to breach, then yes, it's true that the party must do it. But that comes out of the CTL analysis and doesn't have to be said in the source itself. So are deontics really a high-level graph level emergent property, or is it something we should put into the nodes? So we've been thinking about questions like this. We've been climbing the same learning curve that many other researchers have climbed. In fact, the next speaker is way ahead of us. He's already climbed this particular curve, and I really want to hear from him about model checking and proofs for laws in his language. And since I'm out of time, I will just finish by saying that we are open to collaboration. If our language is compatible with yours, please get in touch. We also have postdoc positions open in Singapore as well, so if you know anyone who's interested in this stuff, please send them to us. All these slides are available at that QR code, and the recording will be available from there as well. Thank you all very much. It's been great.
Okay, now we are back to me being live. Hello. All right, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I was just saying you have to switch back from being an anime. Is that intentional?
Yeah, I'm tempted to just stay as an anime. How would everybody feel about that if I did that? This is Snap Camera. Apparently you can just download this and it'll turn you into an anime character.
Excellent.
Or cat, perhaps? Will it turn you into a cat?
I'm not a cat.
Okay, so Roland, you just want to ask your question while you're here?
Yes. So this was a sort of maturity question in the sprawl. Have you got to the point where you've been able to produce what you felt was meaningfully complete representation or model or expression of some whole instrument, a full act of parliament, a full regulation, or a full widely used contract?
It is in progress. We haven't done that yet, but that is looking about 6 months away at most.
Okay.
So the typical instrument that people do, not just us, but everybody else in academia too, seems to have settled on doing the safe from Y Combinator, because that is the most common open source contract out there that you can find that is widely adopted. So they've selected that as their model animal.
This is the Boston teapot of computational law.
So,
very cool. Okay, so you're still some way from that.
Yeah,
Fair
but we, sort of theoretically speaking, we don't anticipate any obstacles. We just haven't gotten to the point where we've got enough documentation and all that stuff to actually do it.
Very cool. All right, looking forward. Thank you.
Okay.
So just as an observation, having recently having to go through contracts in multiple languages. Something tells me that if this takes off, we may actually either have to standardize on this as the final arbitrator of what a law is supposed to mean, or if you're going to use an equivalent human language, it might be that we have to standardize all law based on one language because of the differences in definition between one language and another would be quite problematic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the thing that's really interesting in that scenario is that instead of sort of just writing your pseudocode and waiting for problems to happen at runtime, which I'm sure many developers are familiar with, the proponents of statically typed compiled languages will say, no, that's too dangerous. You should discover all this stuff as early as possible. And that's where unit testing comes in, because today when people write laws, they just write the laws and they don't really have a sort of book of unit tests in the appendix. But with this approach, you can actually say, under these conditions, this is the outcome we expect. Under these conditions, this is the outcome we expect. And you can actually write hundreds and hundreds of tests the way software engineers do. And that helps to make your intent explicit. And that's just part of bringing the practice and ethos of programming and computer science to law.
Well, that's wonderful. And the other question that comes up for me is the separation of law from a social context, right? Because it's commonly understand in many places like common law, right? It's the judge is there to interpret and make sure that the law is supposed to do what it's supposed to do. But then going in this direction and having a law being something hard and fast, not sure. I suppose it remains to be seen what the effects will be on society.
So this project is located inside a law school at a university, and so we have these discussions all the time. And it's part of the rule of law that we all live under, that people should know the laws that govern their lives, right? In the old days, if you go back 1,000 years, there was no rule of law, and if the king happened to wander through your town and he didn't like the look of your face, the king could just say, off with his head. And that was the law, right? And one of the goals of what we're trying to do is to try to make law a little bit more transparent, a little bit more understandable in the way that open source software and open source standards are understandable. Because if your recourse is constantly saying, well, we don't really know if it's legal. We don't really know what the outcome's going to be. We got to wait for the judge to decide. Then you don't really live under a predictable and transparent legal system, right? Especially in a situation where we all know the people with the deeper pockets last longer and they win. And that goes all the way back to might is right. So, how is that even legal? How is that a rule of law? And that's the sort of thing that offends the kind of people who are formalists, who want to believe that things are predictable and understandable. And if you are here at an open source conference, you probably feel the same way.
Well, I just say that not all of us live under a country with the rule of law. And with that, on that note, I'd like to end the session. Thank you very much. For our next speaker, we have Koji Anura, who is going to be speaking about the natural language processing made easy with Apache, Hop, and Neo4j. Koji has over years of experience as a full-stack developer. He's been working with Agile since 2009 and is one of the founders of the Neo4j user group in Tokyo, Japan. He's also one of the founders of the Apache Hop user group Japan since 2021. He has been involved in the agile transformation of many companies and teams and has been involved Sure. No worries.
Okay.
Koji, are you back here?
Yeah.
Hi, you're
Can
here.
you hear me? Okay.
Would you like to open your webcam? No, no compulsion. Would you like to open your webcam? If
Web-
not, that's fine.
Yeah. I will. This slide. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So no webcam?
No.
Okay, that's fine then. Over to you, Koji.
Okay. 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 I want to talk about two cool software, Apache Hop and Neo4j, and NLP languages. My title is Natural Language Processing Made Easy with Apache Hop and Neo4j. I'm Koji Anora. Okay, who am I? I love Neo4j Graph Database, Graph Community MVP 2020, and Neo4j Ambassador and Speaker, Ninja developer. I'm a founder of Neo4j User Group Tokyo and Apache Hop User Group Japan. This is today's agenda is here. One is what is NLP? Neo4j graph database, and Apache Hop, and NLP step by step, and summary. Okay, what is NLP? NLP is natural language processing. It's a branch of computer science. The goal is to give computers ability to understand text and spoken language. Okay, I talk about a short story, 1954 to 2016. 1954, this is the first NLP, Georgetown experiment. 1964, ELISA, and 1983, Raptor. Do you know Raptor? It's a I bought Raptor program for my Macintosh. Okay, 26, Watson. 2011, Siri. 2014, Cortana and Amazon Alexa. 2016, Google Assistant. Okay. Do you know most of people know about from Siri to Google Assistant? Okay, and this is spoken languages in Singapore. Okay, this is very important to for NLP. 2000 millennium year, 35% spoke Mandarin. Okay, and 2010, 35.6% spoke same languages. But 2020, English about 50% of spoken English. Okay. How about Japan? Japanese, I think this is correct. Japanese speak only Japanese. It's a very important morphological analysis. The mean is break text into minimum words. So some languages are difficult to find words. You know, with blank English language or the Klingon language, it's easy to separate words. But Japanese and Chinese, no blank. It's so a little bit difficult to divide the words. Next, Eventyay graph database. Okay, Eventyay graph database is one of graph database or the NoSQL database. Okay. And this is a native graph database, has GraphQL library and the graph data science library, and neo-semantics. If you if you're interested in knowledge graph or RDF, so the library help you development neo-semantics. Okay, and this is Eventyay has a fully managed cloud service, OurDB. Okay, OurDB include OurDB free. It's free. A little bit limitation, some limit, but you can use the graph data in it. OurDB free is free, no credit card required, and database one free database, and graph size 50K nodes and 175 relationships. Okay, this is a ranking of database model. Number one is GraphDBMS. Color is green. Please look right graph. Okay. Really popularity. So Neo4j is used by many companies in these days. Okay, I use library and Epoch library, and Epoch is awesome procedure on Cypher. Over 450 procedure and functions attached to 0.0 license. And this time I use Epoch NLP is a part of an Epoch library. It works with GCP, AWS, Azure. Now, do you know the person of Epoch? Epoch and Neo name is from movie Matrix. Okay, next Apache Hop. Okay, Apache Hop is about the Hop orchestration platform. Hop is an entirely new open source data integration platform that is easy to use, fast, and flexible. Apache Hop is Apache Hop top level project at last year, December. It's open source Apache version 2 license. It's a fork from a Kettle software. This is my user group in Japan, Apache Hop. Please find to URL, Meetup, and Facebook. Please join my user group in Japan. A little bit small, just 21 people join us. And you will see YouTube. And Apache Hop is good points are Apache Hop are designed once, run anywhere. Apache Hop works on a native Hop runtime and Apache Spark and Apache Flink and Google Data Flow. And it's easy to development, visual development, really drag and drop interface. And the download is here. Current version is 1.2.0 published by March 7. You can download Docker Hub 2. Okay. Next, NLP step by step. This is the main topic, NLP. My environment is here. My PC, MacBook Pro 2020, and I use a software Neo4j Desktop 1.4.14 and Apache Hop 1.2.0, both free. You can download. Okay, this is a simple phase of NLP. Top text, and next tokenization and morphological analysis and syntax analysis, and save some database. This is a simple phase. This time I use Epoch NLP, so include NLP function, all of NLP function here. Okay, this is sample text taken from the Wikipedia. One is from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Japanese manga movie, and it's from Tanjiro Kamado. Is the name of boy at Demon Slayer. Okay, and two texts from this Wikipedia. One is Demon Slayer. Above text is from Demon Slayer. Kanjiro's command is a honest, kind-hearted, and intelligent boy who lives with his family in the mountains. Blah blah blah. Okay, and from Tanjiro Kamado, okay, this text is below. To text, it's entered. Okay. So first, install Epoch NLP in my laptop. Okay, install Epoch NLP is very easy. Just put Epoch NLP.jar into plugins in Neo4j. This is this jar file. This Epoch NLP is wrappers for GCP and Amazon Web Service and Microsoft Azure. Okay, next, please generate an API key to access to Google Cloud. Okay, you can create free. This key is very, very important. Okay. Google Cloud Platform Natural Language API. This is just for procedure. 2 is for entity. 2 is for classifies. So very easy, and just the stream and the graph. Okay. So first, I create article node, 2 article node. One is here, okay. URI from Kimetsu no Yaiba, Demon Slayer, and body is here. And second article is here. Created. So I created 2 nodes in my Neo4j, and so check the entities. Okay, entities is here, and so entities graph. We make an entities graph. Okay, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, just 9 line of codes. This red is text of from Demon Slayer, and this red is from person name. Okay, you will see common nodes here. 1, 2, 3, 4 common nodes. Red is text. Blue is words and their entities. Okay, and we have 4 entities here, 4 common entities here: Tanjiro Kamado, Demon, Nezuko family, and other entities here. Okay, so this is easy to use after get entities. Okay, next is entities graph with score cut off. Okay. We see a small one, 0.01 score cut off. Here, and after score cut off, score cut off 0.01 is, and a little bit less nodes here. Score cutoff means some nodes cut off. Okay. And about how about category? Okay, category is, you can get category of this to text. One is, okay, code is here. Okay, this is category, and the point a little bit small, 0.62, right? Okay, 0.62 and 0.774. Google find this sentence category is art and entertainment from this text. Okay, this time is from so small text. I use so small text. So how to import multiple sources? Okay, next, you can use Apache Hop for multiple sources. Apache Hop is one of you think you know ETL2? Apache Hop is like ETL2. Apache Hop can import from Excel, email, REST, and database, a lot of database, and Neo4j and text, and Dropbox and the Google spreadsheet. You can read every source. This is Apache Hop screen. And the Apache Hop is free and open source. You can use easy to use. Okay, just drag and drop. You can create ETL function. Okay, that's summary. Summary 3. One is Neo4j. Neo4j is native graph database. Neo4j desktop is here. This URL from, and Epoch NLP. and Apache hop. And Apache hop is from here, hop, apache.org. And last one, NLP. This time I use Google Google Native Languages, Google Native Language AI. So URL is here. Hey, if you have any questions, and I wrote, please email me or Twitter and LinkedIn, the Facebook. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Koji. Yes, could you please leave this slide on while we do the Q&A? I think that will be most useful for our audience. So just a couple of quick questions. So earlier you had a slide that gave us information about which languages are spoken in Singapore. So a question by Alvin Ho is, where is the data from? How was the survey taken?
Yeah, Wikipedia.
It was from Wikipedia. Which page specifically?
Is that right? Oh, URL?
The statistics for languages of spoken in Singapore. Which Wikipedia page was that from? It's towards the beginning.
I don't know the page. Oh, here.
Yep. Yes, this one. Okay. So
This
it's
is
from.
right?
Yeah, that's correct. So that's where it was, Alvin. So would you like to look in that page for more details? Also, Koji, do you know that whether it takes into consideration people who have forgotten how to speak Mandarin? Do you have any ideas?
How to speak Mandarin?
Yes, people who have forgotten to speak Mandarin. Does the survey take into account? I'm wondering because the numbers add up roughly to 100, but I'm reasonably certain many people in Singapore may speak more than one language.
Oh.
Right. Like you speak Japanese and English.
Yeah. But I don't understand Mandarin.
True. So I'm just wondering whether the survey takes into account people who speak more than one language or not. Anyways, it's okay. Alvin, more details in the Wikipedia page below. Vaibhav has a question, and I apologize, Vaibhav, if I mispronounced your name. He has a question. What is NLP? Koji, can you explain what NLP is for some of us, for some of the more, for some people in the audience who don't know? What is NLP?
Oh, NLP is here.
Okay. There we go. The goal is to give computers the ability to understand text and spoken language.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some people don't opinion is not this sentence.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you very much, Koji.
Thank you.
And we will be introducing our next speaker shortly.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. As a reminder for our next session, please leave your questions in the shared notes. And if you do so, there is a chance that you will be able to win a t-shirt. So for our next speaker, we have Jianxi from cornea.org, who will be giving a talk about accelerating your data augmentation pipeline with Cornea. Jianxi is
Sorry, the next
yes?
one is Robert. Could you check again?
Oh, I am sorry. My sincerest apologies. Thank you, Homeful. We have Robert Reyes from Mozilla, who is going to be speaking about Common Voice, making voice recognition open and accessible to everyone. Robert, also known as Bob, is a Mozilla rep, mentor, and tech speaker based in Makati City, Philippines. He currently leads the Mozilla localization efforts in his home country and is actively promoting open source contribution to the Common Voice Foundation. I'm also a big fan of the project. I'm a rep, and I organized Common Voice Day in Thailand towards the end of last year. So over to you, Robert. By the way, would you like to switch on your webcam, Bob, or would you like to keep it off? I don't hear you. Bob, sorry, I'm not hearing you. Sorry, guys. Please give us a moment to sort this out. There's a headphone icon at the bottom, Bob.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now perfectly.
Oh, there, cool, awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out my camera, but yeah, no problem. I can start with this. But can you see my slide clearly, or is it too small?
I can see your slide. It's a good size. If you can turn on your camera, that would be preferred because it puts a face to the speaker.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying. Hold on. Can you see me now? Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's on from my side, but yeah, I'm having some permission problems.
No worries. Your slide seems to have gone offline for a moment. Your slide is back. Cannot hear you. Again, sorry for the interruption, folks. We're trying to sort this out. Your patience is appreciated. No microphone at the moment, Bob. Okay, sure. You can forego the cam, but your microphone. Yeah. Let me. I think you should have permission now, Bob.
Okay, so I'm back here. Sorry. There.
No.
Okay, so when I
Sure.
try to turn on my camera, even my mic turns off. So yeah. Okay, so I'll start. Thank you for having me. It's so awesome to be here at FOSS Asia again. My name is Bob Reyes, and I'm from the Philippines. I'm a Mozilla Reps mentor and tech speaker. Yeah, if in any way between my presentation, my audio gets clunky, please let me know via the chat. Just a short note, how we started. Mozilla is an offshoot of the Netscape communications thing. So it started decades ago for those who do not know, for the kids out here listening tonight. So yeah, and Mozilla.org is from Netscape. So if you are using Firefox, thank you. And that's basically you're using in one way or the other Netscape. Um, as an open source and nonprofit organization, Mozilla has a mission, and our mission is we want to build a better internet. And for us to build a better internet, it is because we want to ensure that the internet will remain as a global public resource that is open and accessible to all. To have an internet that truly puts people first so that individuals like you and me can shape our own experiences so that we can be empowered, safe, and independent when we go online. Here in the Philippines, we have been operating since 2009 as an online community. And we have a leadership composed of Mozilla reps, regional coordinators, and core members. What's keeping the community busy is that we are localizing Firefox both for desktop and in mobile to different languages in the Philippines like Tagalog, Cebuano, and Hiligaynon. And we are also advocating free and open source software, online security, privacy through means of social media, online events, and participating in lawmaking procedures, and many more. Right now, we are populating a learning management system with contents related to localization, privacy, web development, and Rust. And when we talk about Mozilla, we are best known for Firefox. And to those who do not know, this may came as a surprise, but when we talk about Firefox, we're talking about the family of products where we have the browser, Firefox Monitor, and a whole lot more. Firefox also has versions for mobile devices, both Android and iOS, as well as, so this is the latest version now, as well as we have a service called Relay. It's basically an email relay service or forwarder. If you do not want to give websites that you do not trust your real email address so that you can remain somehow private, and there's a way for you to stop these websites from spamming you. We are on social media. Just go to linktree/MozillaPH to know where to touch base with us. Okay. And now for my talk, Mozilla Common Voice, it tries to answer one particular problem. Okay. Common Voice is our initiative to help teach machines how real people speak. Okay. Some may say that there are data sets that are readily available. Yeah, some of them, most of them are not free. Large companies, especially those who are in the internet, they collect and produce data sets, but most of them, majority of them, they will not be available to us, common people. Okay, if you have a project that deals with machine learning, AI, and related to voice, you may try to seek permission and ask for data sets from these companies, but it will be hard. Okay, so and we at Mozilla thinks that this somehow suffocates innovation. Okay, so Common Voice is a project to help make voice recognition open and accessible to everyone. The website is at commonvoice.mozilla.org. Now, the datasets produced by the Common Voice project is publicly available and it's free. It is powered by voices of volunteer contributors from around the world. People like you and me who want to build voice applications can use the dataset to train machine learning models for free. Why? Most of those available datasets right now, they are biased. In what way? They overrepresent white English-speaking males, and that's why most voice-enabled technology will not work at all for many languages. And this is where it does work. It may not perform equally well for everyone. And when we try to create awesome apps that deals with voice, okay, we need to determine how much data is needed. And say you are going to create an application that will use command-based models, you will only need somewhere between 1 to 300 hours of data. Okay, this is for limited or fully known vocabularies. For example, if you need to create a voice assistant without general queries, as simple as car infotainment controls, play, next song, something like that, simple media and navigation commands, you will need a data set of voice that is somewhere between 1 to 300 hours. Now, if you are going to create something that needs limited vocabulary, continuous speech recognition, like those apps that will be needing technical speech, then you will need a data set somewhere between 300 to 1,000 hours. If you want to create something that will need near human accuracy for automatic speech recognition or ASR, and it will depend on the language, you will need somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 hours, okay, of data sets. And lastly, if you are going to create something that will have very high quality, general, large vocabulary, continuous speech recognition model, you will need at least 2,000 hours up to something like 10,000 hours. And if we know how many hours in a day are there, and if your data is limited to create certain data sets, it will be hard to collate all of these requirements. That's why we intended to crowdsource this. So how? Mozilla Common Voice, as I mentioned, is a crowdsourced project. So it works like a conveyor belt, and it has two parts, the text corpus and the voice corpus. If one process fails, the production rate or quality drops. Okay, so monitoring, dedication, time, and crowd is needed for this project to work. So for the text corpus, what we do is we add sentences, and then we QA or we sentence control. Okay, and then for the voice corpus, we record sentences, we read whatever was inputted by the text corpus, and we also listen, okay, to validate. Okay, later I will have a demo for this. Common Voice uses conversational text or speech, and it is general purpose. It is not specific to an application, method, or model. And just a quick note, the data set produced by Common Voice is not clean yet. Okay, so it's not a clean data set. For both text corpus and voice corpus entries, so anyone can suggest text sentences that may be used for Common Voice project. They should be Creative Commons, under the Creative Commons or CC0. No copyright reserved, and they should be in the public domain. Just a quick requirement, the text corpus collection must be a maximum of 14 words with up to 100 characters. And for the voice corpus to work, the collection will be of a minimum 1.5 seconds to a maximum of 14 seconds. Right now, what we're doing in the Philippines is that we are trying to have Tagalog listed as one of the languages in Common Voice. Right now, we do not have it yet. But thankfully, we have Firefox, the web browser, already translated into Tagalog. Tagalog is one of the languages that we have here in the Philippines, and it is widely spoken. And then Common Voice in Tagalog is currently under development with only 821 sentences out of the 2,000 required. So for a language to appear, there should be at least 2,000 sentences that is accepted and for validation by those who wish to contribute to the project. So this is how it looks like from the dashboard perspective. The Common Voice Tagalog website is 45% localized, and we have 821 out of the 2,000 sentences required. Okay, so there is a sentence collection website wherein people can contribute and suggest text to be added for validation or recording later on. So we need your help. Whatever language you are speaking, if it is still not listed under the Common Voice project, then feel free to request for that language to be added. Okay, if your language is already there in the Common Voice website, then this demo will be for you. So I'm going to conduct a short demo. Okay, I'll switch to my other screen. Okay, so this one. So when you go to commonvoice.mozilla.org, you will see this. Okay, so you'll be presented with two tasks that you can do. It's either you speak or you listen. Okay, so let's go with listen first. Okay, switch. So when you click on listen, okay, it is when you try to help us validate voices. Okay, so you will be presented with text. Okay, yeah, I'm using the English language here, and then you can click on the play button. You will hear recorded contributed voices by volunteers. If you heard that they read whatever sentence is presented correctly, then just tell us yes, it's correct, so that we are able to train, okay, or the machine to say that this is properly spoken by whoever contributed or volunteered to record their voice. Okay, that's why we keep on telling people that we need their help. We need your help for you to donate your voices to us via the Common Voice project. Okay, so it's something like this. If I heard it okay, so I heard it right, so yes, and then you will be given 5. And take note, I haven't logged in. Okay, it is not required for you to log in to be part of the project, but if you want to track your contributions, if you want to know how many sentences you had validated already, then we suggest that you sign up in the Common Voice website. So here, and log in. You may use your Firefox account to sign up or to log in to this website. So that is for the listen portion. For the speak portion, this is where we ask you as our volunteers, contributors, to record their voices. So you will simply have to hit the microphone button and then record your voice reading the particular sentence presented on screen. Okay, so and once you're done, you can go on, and per task you will be given something like 5 items. And again, I did not log in to do this particular task, so it's optional for you to log in, but if you want to track your participation, then please do so, log in. Now for the datasets, you can click on datasets from the Common Voice website, and you will be given the options for the languages and even for the version. Okay, so we are currently at version 8, and for the languages, these are the different languages currently available for download. So this is English. The last update was in January 19, 2022. The file size is something like 70 gigabytes, and it has an overall total of 2,886 Rs, and validated Rs is 2185. The format is MP3, and the split is something like 24% is 19 to 29 years of age, and 13% is between 30 to 39, with 46% male and 16% female. So the dataset entries consist of unique MP3 and corresponding text file. So if you have projects that will require something like this, you may want to try it. Okay, and then hold on. I'll be going back to my other slide. Okay. For Common Voice resources and links, you may go to Common Voice. For the dataset, you can go straight to commonvoice.mozilla.org/datasets. For the sentence collector, if you want to contribute sentences that are in the public domain and under the Creative Commons, to just go to commonvoice.mozilla.org/sentence-collector. If you are speaking the following Filipino languages, Tagalog, Cebuano, and Hiligaynon, we ask for your help for us to localize different Mozilla products, including Firefox in desktop and in Android. If you are speaking different language and you want to be part of Mozilla localization, just go to pontoon.mozilla.org and search for your language. Anyone can join and contribute to this awesome effort. And if you have questions, yeah, now is the best time. There. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for that very interesting talk. So we have two questions. One by Paul Leopardi. I hope I got that pronunciation right. The question is, how much data is needed to transcribe a conversation between multiple speakers while keeping track of who said what, i.e. speaker recognition? Any ideas, Bob?
Okay. How much data is needed to transcribe a conversation between multiple speakers? I will have to get back at you. Based on my experience, it depends on the type of project. But for Mozilla Common Voice, it is we are currently in the process of validating sentences. So it would be more of a 1:1 type of thing. But if you are working on different projects with multiple speakers, I will have to check. And I do not have the answer right now, but I can take note of this and get back to you, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Another question is by a fellow Thai community member. Is asking, how do you grow a group of validators? In Thailand, we have a lot of donors, but no validators.
Yeah, awesome question. Yeah, the good thing with Common Voice as an open source project, and it is crowdsourced, is that you may volunteer. You may volunteer if you wish to be a validator and you think that you have the skills and the time to be one of the validators for Thai. Yeah, you can ping me. I can help you get in touch with the right people, or there is a contact form in the Common Voice website or even in the wiki of Mozilla. So yeah, I'm glad. I would be glad to be of help for the Thai community to be part of the validators for Common Voice.
Okay, thanks. I'll reach out to you separately. I think I think we should swap notes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if there are no more questions, thank you very much, Bob, and we will be getting ready for our next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jianxi from cornea.org. Jianxi is the associate researcher at NEC Lab China, previously working at CUHK and GE Power. and is the core maintainer of the Cornea project. Jianxi will be speaking about accelerating your data augmentation pipeline with Cornea. Let's get Jianxi online. Jianxi, you have I've given you the presenters, right? Okay, I can see your screen. Would you like to try switching on your microphone? By clicking on the headphone button. At the bottom of the screen.
Right, so can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right,
Would you like to switch on your webcam as well?
Webcam. Right. Is it working? I think it's working. Right.
Okay, wonderful. And now just you need to reshare your screen for your presentation.
Right. So you can see the whole screen here?
Yep, I see it now. Okay, thank you very
great.
much. Over to you.
Yep. Great. So thank you for having me, and I'm so great to be here in FOSSASIA. So today's talk will be about accelerate your data augmentation pipeline with Cornea. And I'm the core maintainer of Cornea and I'm majorly working on the data augmentation part. So firstly, what is Cornea? So Cornea is a differentiable computer vision library, majorly to make your computer vision operations and operators differentiable and to be better bound into today's deep learning era. So today, so here's the quick agenda of today's talk will be in two parts. The first part will be a quick introduction about the core features of Cornea that what we're offering in the, and the second about the containers, which is mainly the things that that we are offering to accelerate your data augmentations. And so the first core feature of the Cornea is we can take your data augmentation as a layer, more convolutional operations or max pooling. So you can write your and organize your data augmentation pipeline like a normal modules. And in that case, it can be used as other torch-earned modules and to offering on-device computations and save and load features. For example, so if you most computer vision libraries are offering the computations on CPUs only, but here with Cornea data augmentation, you can push your images as a tensor into the GPU. It will be computed in GPUs. That will be mostly faster. And secondly, all the state of your data augmentation can be saved as a PT file, and you can also load it back with torch.load. And the second core feature is about to optimize your parameters. As we know here, we have Cornea modules, but here the most important thing in the deep learning is to optimize. We can use gradient descent to optimize your parameters and your weights and the bias to make it a better work. So here in Cornea, we provide such features for the data augmentations as well. So for differentiable parameters, you just wrap it up with the parameters. And for static parameters, you just put it as the normal tensor. And after that, you use computer laws and to do optimization and do a step back. And then the parameters will be updated. Like here, so we have brightness, contrast, and saturation be updated. And for the hue parameter, which we marked as static, it will be unchanged. And also, you may use this to update your input tensor, like the images. So that will be pretty much useful to accelerate your adversarial training, for example. And the third feature here is about the core feature form. Here in most applications, we have two type of transformations: the geometric transformations and also the intensity transformations. Here the cornea, so we basically we are tracking on all the geometric transformations, and you can have the geometric transformations with the as a property. You can access it with the dot transformation matrix, and you may retrieve it back. And then you may use this such information to inverse it to the back to the proper state. And the fourth feature here is about the custom your sampling distributions, because in most of the augmentations we are sampling from the uniform distribution. But take the example as a cropping. So the most meaningful information are mostly lies in the center of the image, not in the corner. So when we do the cropping, we were more likely, more inclined to collect the information from the center of the image, not the corners. So you may use cornea here to custom your distribution, and for the outliers, if you calculate for very edge cases of distribution, you may use the mapper, any mapper, just to make sure the range is correct. So for the main course here, so we are about talking about the cornea augmentation containers. So majorly, what we offer here is the 4 sequentials, which including the image, videos, and the patch sequential, and also the most important, the augmentation sequential here, to face different scenarios. And all of these sequentials are equipped with these high-level features, like aforementioned the chain transformation matrix. So you may inverse the transformations, and also you can have the random apply to have more randomness in it. So the first container is about the image sequential. So that's a mostly intuitive here. So we have we can chain both all of the modules and with all cornea augmentations, and to chain together and to do all the mixed image pre-processings. And also here for the examples, we have a transformation that have been transformed, and then you have the feature to inverse it back, to inverse only the geometric transformation to inverse it back here. And also for patch sequentials, that is mostly considered useful in today's transformers, because in transformers we are likely to put all the images into different patches. In here, cornea provide a feature that to augment to perform the augmentation on patch-wisely and with your the grid size parameter. So we have defined it as 3x3 grid, and then it will be applied with 3x3 patches. So that will be somehow accelerating the transformers in image classification and processing stuff. And then it's about video sequential. The video sequential is mostly considered 2.5D data. It's not really 3D and it's not really 2D. They got a 2D images, but all the images are connected with the temporal dimension. So in cornea here, you can use a video sequential to perform video data augmentations on the video data directly, and we support BCT HW and the PTC HW, these two kind of data formats. So the only difference is if we put the the temporal dimension on the second or the third on the third or second dimension. And also we provide another feature like to to perform all the same augmentations on the temporal dimension here, and to make it consistent between the temporal frames. So the last today is the cornea augmentation, sequential. In cornea augmentation sequential, you can basically augment your all the images or bounding boxes or masks with one core. Here, where you define all the future data keys into these data keys arguments, and here we define its input and a mask. And then when you perform the data augmentation, you input the same number of your data keys, like image and mask here, and then the data augmentation will proceed all the nasty stuff inside, but outputs you like what you are expected. We have an image and image data augmentation, and also the mask, which the corresponding augmentation in one call. So the whole thing will happen automatically, and we support most of the data types here. Right, so that is the end of this short introduction. So, and if there are any QA questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just let me start my webcam. Okay, there are questions coming. So I just have just one question in the meanwhile. So the question is, are there any integration with open source drivers providing hardware acceleration, or if shaders or OpenCL helps?
So sorry.
Yeah.
With me?
The question is, are there any integration with open source drivers providing hardware acceleration, such as OpenCL?
Oh, not yet. So, we wanted to working on that direction, but the most with the hardware accelerations is about the compiling. So we have to support a lot of different devices and to compile it every time for different people. So that is kind of nasty to handle with. And so current solution is to left it to the PyTorch side. So they will handle the nasty things, and we do the plain functional development here. But in the future, probably if we get some resources, we will work on that directions.
Okay, thank you. Another question is by Leslie Wong, who says, I heard that Konya is OpenCV refined for AI. What is the difference between OpenCV and Konya for data augmentation?
So currently, I think the most different thing is the differentiability that we advertised in the very beginning here. So we in OpenCV, so the whole thing cannot work with the computer vision data augmentation stuff cannot really working with this deep learning stuff. Not only it's only about the gradient computations here. So in Cornea, so we can provide the gradients within the data augmentation, but in OpenCV we can't. Another thing here is I'm not sure. So if the OpenCV now supports that's kind of different types of data augmentation and stuff, but all the things here is we are handling all the nasty stuff under the hood now, like the augmentation sequential. We can support the simultaneous augmentation on different data keys and data types at the same time. But in OpenCV, you might need to implement yourself.
Okay, wonderful. Well, again, thank you very much, Jianxi. And we will get ready for our next speaker.
All right,
Thanks
thank you
again.
very much. Bye-bye.
Hang on, folks. Our next speaker is Edgar Riba, who's the founder of Cornea.org, who will be giving a presentation on cornea, low-level and differentiable computer vision. Edgar Riba is a computer vision researcher that holds a PhD in computer science from the Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona, UAB. His research interests lie in the intersection of classical computer vision and deep learning for low-level task applications. Enthusiastic about the free and open source software culture, he became an active contributor and later a member of the OpenCV Foundation, where he started the Cornea project under the supervision of G. Bratsky. Currently, he is the Cornea project lead and core maintainer of the library. Welcome, Edgar. Is your microphone working? No, not yet. Please press the headphones button at the bottom of the screen. Hello, hello. So, not yet. A great project would be OpenCV for lip reading, so we don't have to mess around with microphones anymore. Sorry.
Now?
Almost. Yes.
Can you hear?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Wonderful. Welcome, Edgar. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, yeah, as it's my second time here in FOSSASIA Summit. I presented last year also similar talk, introduction of cornea, which I think it was a longer session. This year I kept it smaller because actually Jian covered it, part of it with the augmentations. But in my case, I will kind of not repeat the whole thing, but I will give more a generic introduction about what is cornea, how we started, motivations, and then a general overview about the whole packages, what we support, what not, etc. Great. So yeah, again, I'm Edgar. So I was one of the initial founders of the Cornea library. So right now I'm a computer vision engineer at FarmNG. It's an agri-tech company. We do computer vision for robotics, among other things, which actually is very funny because now we are kind of regrouping the initial team that we started Cornea, which at the time was called our geometry. It was a small package implementing computer vision and geometric transformations that then evolved to Cornea. That was happening at Array. And now we regroup that part of the team in this new company. And then as a part-time, I spend my time like leading the project, Cornea. We became recently a non-profit organization registered here in Barcelona, where I'm based. So yeah, and the rest I will explain now. So this talk is differentiable computer vision. So this is the slide I use in this talk to talk about first of all the diversity of the ecosystem around computer vision and the AI, or the most commonly implemented as deep learning algorithms right now. So you know that OpenCV, that's why I put OpenCV in the center of this image. It's has been kind of the reference library for computer vision for many years. I think even more than 20. But there are other packages like scikit-image, VLFit, even MATLAB has a lot of implementation for low-level vision. And then you know that more recently, these years, deep learning appeared, implemented in terms of different languages like Python, C++, then more implementing also hardware accelerators like CUDA from NVIDIA, OpenCL, then more at the high level, different frameworks appear like PyTorch, TensorFlow, and then other things to interchange format like ONNX. So this is just a quick overview of the different names, technologies in this ecosystem near to computer vision. So you know that PyTorch and TensorFlow might be, well, now Eventyay and possibly in the future more will implement different deep learning frameworks. But the question we ask ourselves, that initial team I was explaining before at Array, is when PyTorch was 1 year old, and then we had, well, we put this question in common, like where is all this traditional computer vision in the context of deep learning? And this was kind of the answer, that there was a black hole of no implementations at all. We had specifically for PyTorch, we had Torch Vision that had few transformations and very few models, but all these traditional algorithms for low-level vision, like color spaces, geometric transformations, or even local features, all these things, we didn't have any proper implementation in terms of differential tensors. So, and this is Cornea. So Cornea, we can define it as open source differential computer vision library for PyTorch, which means that basically we've implemented part of the traditional or classical computer vision in terms of differential tensors. Differential tensors means that all the implementation is from scratch using the PyTorch tensors. So we don't have dependencies. We kind of rebuild the wheel all the time, kind of focused to more or less mimic the OpenCV API, because as a quick note here, I started this project with Gary Bradsky, which was like one of the original authors of OpenCV. So we kind of started this project together, and actually the motivation was that we were using OpenCV a lot in our vision pipelines, but then you know that for some operations we wanted to use deep learning, in that case PyTorch, but on the other hand we wanted to use OpenCV. We had to do this conversion all the time between OpenCV and PyTorch, and then is when we said, okay, let's implement what we need from OpenCV in PyTorch, and that's Cornea. So again, to remark a bit what's Cornea, it's a differential vision library built on top of PyTorch that will implement this classical vision in terms of differential tensors. And one of the main goals is to provide curated algorithms for vision. What does it mean? We don't try to be one of these packages like Torch Vision it is right now, or Team, if you are familiar, which provides a huge set of deep learning models. This is not our goal here, because we believe that deep learning is changing very fast. So every week you can find new models from papers that they claim that it's best than the other. So we prefer to take this strategy of taking some time and see what is mature to be used in final applications. So that's one of the reasons why inside Cornea you can find very, very few models. I can count it with my hand, possibly 5 or 6 deep learning models, because we want to make sure that everything that is in Cornea is kind of usable and general enough. So that's the main reason for that. We focus more on operators, especially among other things. Cornea provides all these things we discussed: low-level vision, differentiability to propagate all the gradients from your loss functions among these more classical operators. Then, since we rely heavily on PyTorch, we can reuse the same transparent API from PyTorch, meaning that you can run the same code interface in CPUs, GPUs. We tried also with TPUs and possibly all the future different hardware accelerators that PyTorch might support in the future. And also parallel programming, everything in Cornea, like in PyTorch, you have by, well, it's automatic handling the batching. So you can, it's the same interface to run 1 image or 200 images. It will handle the auto batching automatically. Then you can combine with other PyTorch components for running distribute applications. This is directly using the distribute API from PyTorch. And the same for production. You can implement your pipelines, vision pipelines, with PyTorch, which is Python, and then through our Torch script or ONX, this is something that we're working on right now, to export to other frameworks, or in case you want to optimize more your vision pipelines, even to export it in C++ or other languages. So now I'm gonna go very quickly and list the different modules that we have inside Cornea. I'm not sure. I haven't been to Jian's talk. I've been only in the last part. Not sure how much he covered, but in short, I will just go very quickly the different things we have. Possibly that's the one explaining more. So data augmentation. I'm not going to extend a lot here, but Cornea provides one module for augmentations to implement differential augmentations for 2D and 3D images. It's all batch. We support CPU, GPU, and also we have this ability to chain transformations, to retrieve transformations, so that you can invert or revert the transformations. Here, it's one example using one of these containers that Jian was explaining. So basically, we provide this. I think this is kind of one of the latest implementations we have, augmentation sequencers, so that you can input not only images, but other different data types like masks, in case you are doing semantic segmentation, or key points in case, or bounding boxes if you are doing object detection. So more things that we have, it's operators for image enhancement to perform normalization across images. We provide here different techniques. Also to compute or adjust image histograms, then several properties, color properties, basically for the images like contrast, brightness, hue, saturation, these basic things in case you work with intensity on images. Also, we have recently more advanced techniques like, well, not smart, but CLI, which is like a local technique for image equalization. Here is one example. More examples here that how you can use this enhanced API to change properties of a bunch of images. Same for color conversions. As explained before, we provide different functionality to go from different color spaces like RGB, grayscale, and then more advanced. Usually depending on the sensors you use as a cameras, you get the raw data in different color spaces, and then using our functionality you can just convert. The API is the same as before. You can use it in batch, always differentiable. We recently discovered today one paper that they were using differential color spaces. And also this module for 2D feature detection. This is kind of the one of the starting points from Cornea. So we provide different functionality to compute local features. So local features or is this technique that you implement when you want to do, for example, image stitching to localize specific points on the image and then match it and find the relationship between two images. So, and then we provide all the functionalities needed, like detectors, utilities like maximal suppressions, an API specific for working with the geometry of the key points, the local affine frames, and then APIs for matching features, descriptors like the SIFT or more deep learning based. Here is just an example of what I was explaining now. When we have two images, we compute local features on one image and the other, and then using all the components in Cornea, you can just match it, and in the end, find this registration between the two images. Going to the image filtering, we have also several APIs to apply filtering the images in case you want to blur images. We provide this kernel API, so that you can provide to the image different kernels, which have, each of them has different properties depending on the application you are working on. It's all explained, I'm gonna go later, but it's all explained in our documentation. Same for X detection. We provide basic things like the Sobol or Canny edges detection, which implement this first order derivative. We also implemented the second order derivative and then more specific operators to just get the derivative in one direction, X direction, Y direction. The geometric transformations, this is actually the origin of Cornea. So as I mentioned before, Cornea initially was called Dot geometry, and it is, so Cornea geometry now it's how we started. We implemented here different operators so that you can geometrically manipulate images. So we have all this low-level functionality so that you can just provide the image, you specify the transformation metrics you want to apply, for example, for rotation, translation, or we even implement in a more high level to just consume affine transformations, which is in the end a composition of different. It can be represented as a composition of different 2D transformations. So we have all these operators to perform the transformations. This is just another example of things that you can do with that. So given that this image you see on the left side that it's kind of with some sort of perspective, we have all these APIs to compute these transformations, all geometric, to go from left image to right. In that case, we just rectify so that you remove this perspective. Also, this is a rigid transformation. We have also non-rigid transformations like the thin split warping. Then 3D geometry, we also provide utilities to work, for example, with different camera APIs, perspective cameras, stereo cameras. Then we implement all the epipolar geometry in case you work extracted from motion. This means that we can manipulate 3D scenarios. We can even implement some triangulation techniques in case you have correspondences between two images and some sort of initialization between the camera poses. Then you can compute a sparse 3D point cloud. At the same time, we provide all the functionality that can work with the transformations and rotation matrices, like quaternions, for example, and also RGBT, which is like an extension of the RGB cameras, where you provide the depth plane, which represents like the the Z direction of the camera. So we have different functionalities also to work with that, to convert from RGB to point clouds and vice versa. So yes, this was more or less the different modules we have in Cornea. So now I'm gonna talk a bit more about development and explain a bit about our community. So Cornea, it's an open source package. It has an Apache license, so it's ready to be used for commercial applications. Right now, we have more than 6,000 stars in GitHub. We achieved already more than 2 million downloads in total. So we are seeing also like a trend of growing trend of more people adopting Cornea. And when you want to implement Cornea or use Cornea, so we provide PIP packages. So Cornea, it only depends on PyTorch. So it's literally plug and play. We don't have to compile code at all. We rely on the compiled versions of PyTorch. So by just pip install Cornea, or now we are starting to add more extensions like the ability to train networks. You just need to call your terminal pip install and you will get the latest version of Cornea. Then if you are more interested, you can ask, but we have also development versions, so you can just download the code and install it by hand. Then a bit of what's the or how we interact with the community. Basically, one of the entry points is our documentation. We try to keep very clean the documentation with all the examples, different implementations. So basically, on the left side, you have like the entry page of GitHub, which is where we have all the code right now. And on the right side, it's just one example of how the documentation looks like for Cornea. So for each function, we try to be very precise when describing what's happening with the function. We also auto-generate this image you see here, for example, just to understand in a quick look what's happening. In that case, this add weighted image. So it's the result of merging two images with using the alpha channel. And also, we try to document well the parameters, inputs, outputs, and providing small snippets, just to have a real quick understanding of how to use Cornea. Then the tutorial pages. I believe this slide is not updated, so because we are using another style now. But we also have several tutorials, all of them implemented with Google Colab. So we have a specific repository for that. It's Cornea tutorials, where all the tutorials live. It's all, as I said, Google Colabs, and then we render on our documentation. And the cool thing is that from the documentation, if you see on top, you can just click Open Colab, and you will get to one Google Colab session, and you have all the code there. You can run it, play, change images, try parameters, so that you can have a good understanding about how to use Cornea. Then I'm going to show now some applications, something that we did recently. So in Cornea, we started as implementing very low-level functionality for vision. But recently, we started to include more high-level APIs. One of example is for image matching. So we provide now end-to-end methods, for example, as you see here, where you can just, from one call, literally, you define your matching function, or that we will use later. In that case, if you provide just a dictionary with a left-right image, it will return this all this information needed to display this. In that case, this video you see, all the left and right key points, the relationship with them, etc. So in the end, we are starting now to include more these high-level APIs. Also for image registration, here is the example where you can use to register image. For example, if you have a left-right image that it's not fully overlapped, what will this algorithm do? It's just to, by using differentiability, just find the best relationship between the two images. And similar to that, demography tracker, in case you work with augmented reality applications, we have for now a naive implementation of a tracker where in that case we try to, what we are doing here is just tracking this book and just putting on top of that the image of in that case DiCaprio. And in terms of API, as you can see here in the code, you just need to instantiate the demography tracker, and then you can keep just providing new images and will track the same object. So this is a way like to track object without having to train. Now it's very common to see like object tracking or object detection using deep learning, where you have to get some data, label, train. But in this case, we provide like a solution that you don't need to do this deep learning pipeline at all. Similar example for image stitching. This actually was implemented by Gian. It was very nice. The same idea, you define your image stitcher, and then by just providing a list of images, I believe here it's one, but I've seen also working with several, like 3 or 4. It will compute the key points, matching, etc., and it will provide the stitch image. More recently, we have included an experimental API for training networks. This is something that so we provide, as I explained, we provide very few networks in Cornea, but in the very end, we want to provide some interface so that people even can customize these models. That's the main reason why now we are experimenting with a training API. And it's also a way to validate for us that the different interfaces for augmentations are working correctly in real cases. Another example for augmentations, I've seen that Gian already explained that, so I will skip. Another example for logical operators, which is also a classical technique for vision. And I would like to talk a bit what's next in Cornea. So Cornea, for now, we cover all this low-level vision. We are starting to include more high-level APIs, possibly some, I would say, robust deep learning methods, but also we're exploring how to go to production. Something that we have noticed is that Cornea is used mostly by researchers and also for training networks, but in the very end, we noticed that few people is kind of using for production. And this is something that we are targeting right now. One way to do that, as I mentioned before, is having the ability to export to ONX so that you can use it with other frameworks. But something that we are exploring is also implementing part of the algorithms using Rust. So Rust, it's a kind of, it's not new, but not very known language yet for implementing very low-level things in a robust way. robust way, I mean thread safe, it's fast, similar to C++. And we believe that it's also a way to boost performance in our algorithms. So this is something that we are exploring now. Possibly it's going to be the next thing in Cornea, like having more tensor APIs, including 2D and 3D visualization. At the same time, for example, reading images, writing images. This is a prototype that I did myself. For example, this is already working, so if anyone wants to check it out, it's Cornea RS. So you can, we have a generic API for reading images that interfaces Rust and Python. You can use it to load images and then consume it in any framework. We test now PyTorch, NumPy, but in the future we will support JAX or MXNet too. Visualization, the same thing. We have prototypes to implement different types of visualization for 2D images, 3D images, also using a similar backend in Rust. This is something that will come soon. And then we are thinking of including more applications like optical flows, lab, and camera calibration, very used in farming applications. That's actually the area I'm working right now. And also IoT, working also on how to integrate Cornea or to be used in jet zones, or even the, I don't know if you are aware of the Oak camera. It's the Luxonis camera in partnership with OpenCV. So I also have a prototype to integrate Cornea there, so that you can prototype your neural networks and then deploy it on the camera. And the same idea for the Jetson. The Jetson is more direct way because already Jetson supports PyTorch. So you can really just download the Jetson Docker image, which contains PyTorch, and to just install Cornea, and it works. And something that we are also thinking is how to integrate for the robotics community, including some wrappers to ROS and ROS2. This is not. This is just an idea that we are just exploring. We don't have like a real plan here, but we are an open community, so anything that any help is welcomed. And I think that's it. So finally, if you want to join our community, just get to the website cornea.org, join our Slack channel, follow us on Twitter, etc. Good. I think that's it from my side. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Edgar. We have a few minutes for some questions. So first one is by Michael. Michael, would you like to come on and ask directly your question?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So my question is very simple. I was just wondering, like, what made you choose PyTorch above like other solutions of machine learning there? And also, if you foresee a future where choosing the underlying ML library is an option, because I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of people that might be like very fond of certain features on the underlying machine learning libraries. So, yeah, do you see any of those options?
Yeah. So the main reason of choosing PyTorch. So I started PyTorch, well, I was in my PhD, so it was 4 years back, and at that time, and I think it's also the main reason why PyTorch succeed at all. I was using TensorFlow. It was kind of a mess to implement complex things. PyTorch came out, everything was easier to make, And that was the main reason why we chose PyTorch. Everything was easy to implement. And we just found out that, hey, everything that we need for it to implement the basic computer vision things, like the geometric transformation or filters, it's just directly applying convolutions or this grid sample operator from PyTorch, which is at the very high level, it's very simple to use. Mm-hmm. But that's true that now other frameworks are starting to get more robust. There is TensorFlow 2, even JAX, right? And also that something that we have seen is that all these frameworks, they are kind of converging in terms of API. In the end, they are very, very similar. And we have been thinking about, it's just an idea. We are not sure how difficult it will be at all. But in the very end, what we would like is, of course, so that Cornea can be used across different frameworks. The starting point, that's why ONX, because we want to be able to define any operation in Cornea, PyTorch, and then export it to other frameworks. But in parallel, yes, we're experimenting different ways or APIs so that the same implementation that we do in Cornea can be as much generic as possible. This means being Pythonic, because in the end, all these frameworks, you can, manipulating tensors, you can do it in a very Pythonic way, so that any specific framework can have to be at all defined. So this is a I would say, long-term thing, but we're a community, small community in the end. We don't have resources at all. Everything in Cornea is completely community-based. So all the feedback, myself, even Gian, Dimitro, and the others, we do this as a part-time job. There is no company behind putting resources at all. So that's why, we try to measure very well all these steps to take.
I understand. And then just a side note, I saw you mention Ross, and I work with Ross, so we actually I'm really happy to see that you have some interest there, and I would like to point out that Ross 2 is seeing a lot of production, so it's going into production, to many production projects, and there's actually not specifically with Ross, but with so it's Ignition, but we call it Gazebo now. It changed name again. So Gazebo is the simulator that we use for robotics. So there's actually a lot of companies trying to run machine learning algorithms in the simulator. So to generate a lot of images and then use that as a training data and all that. So you might want to have a look, because there might be some interest there for getting some production projects there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm very open to discuss all things. So are you part of the OSRF?
Yeah. I work for Open Robotics. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can discuss offline.
Just let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Wonderful. Thanks, Marco. Thanks, Edgar. Marco, you can stay on. Actually, I was going to say, because you're the next moderator. But in the meanwhile, the next question is from Leslie Wong. From a dev's perspective, would it be able to include in GitHub Actions to perform auto data augmentation for the following ML component tasks? ML Ops view.
Whoa, that's a good question. I don't think that we are going to do that. I'm going to tell why. We are trying to solve more the low-level functionality for Cornea. So auto-machine learning is something that it's not on our roadmap. So yeah, I think that there are other packages, just to name some of them, that have more the APIs for, I would say, robust API for training, like FastAI, Ignite, or even Lightning. I think that these are the target to implement all those things. We just try to provide the vision operators working on the lower level. So for now, I don't think we are going to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Edgar. And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for this evening. Again, thank you very much. And we'll start getting ready for our next moderator.
Okay.
Sorry, Edgar, would you be around? Because I think there are a few more questions and maybe from Stefan. So maybe he can message, ask them in the chat room. In the chat?
Yeah, okay, yeah. I can stay here, yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. So,
thank you.
Right. So, Michael, please, if you will.
Hello.
Hey, Michael. So,
Hello.
by the way, Michael, where are you these days?
I'm in Singapore, joining from Singapore. Already night here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I suppose you're the MC for the following sessions, right? I hope I got that correct. Okay, wonderful. Well, I'll be handing the stage over to you. Thank you, everyone else. Have a good evening.
Thank
over
you.
to you, Marco.
All right. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. Very happy to have another year of FOSSASIA. Not in person yet, but let's touch wood. Next year, we'll do it. Okay, so our next speaker is James Second. Are you here? You should have the rights already. So I guess you could start your video, and we can do some tests with the microphone in the meantime. Hello? I think you have to press the audio button under the FOSSASIA slide. Yeah. All right. You're muted now.
We'll get there in the end.
All right, there you go. Okay, perfect, great. Okay,
so I'm not actually going to be sharing slides. Rather just the webcam, because I've got like a
okay
thing.
Okay, so we can do the settings with only the focus on the video, right? So that should be good. And you only sharing the video, right?
No, well, yes, but also my presentations are in, as in, you know.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, perfect. Great. Yeah. So I think that should be good. All right. We're gonna wait a few minutes so we start on time. It's 9:30, right? Yes. So where are you from, James?
I'm sort of half London, half Birmingham in the UK.
Okay. So you're located there?
Somewhere in the middle. Yeah. So I'm calling in from Birmingham. So it's 2:30 in the afternoon, and the weather is absolutely horrendous because that's what happens in the UK. It rains all the time.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I guess I'll start introducing you so you can get some extra time at the end for questions. So we have here James Second. Is it like that? Second?
Yes, right first time actually for my French surname.
Okay, James Second, senior developer advocate at Vonage. He's a trainer actor with a curious background, from theater studies to QA in business intelligence development to full stack web development. He is the resident specialist PHP developer advocate at global cloud communications giant Vonage. Founded Birmingham's UK's current PHP user group, Brum PHP, as well as being on the Fusion meetup team He's mentor, write and speak on PHP, JavaScript, DevOps, DevRel, and test control. And he seems to be a DJ also, at least on the way. Would love to hear some sessions there.
Pretended to be a DJ. I did do some bit. I did play out in London a bit back in my youth when.
Could share some sessions later on the chat.
I do actually have a radio podcast still, if anyone's curious.
Cool. Yeah, please share. Yeah, and he's going to talk about his title of the talk is From Betamax to VCR, and it's about how to harden your API integration test with FOSS. Please go ahead.
Cool. Thanks so much for the intro, Marco. And let's hope my Stream Deck plays nicely. There we go. Lovely. So yes, as you heard from the intro, hello everybody. I am Jim Second. I'm a developer advocate at cloud communications platform Vonage. So if you want to know a bit more about what we do at Vonage, we've got a sponsors room. So head to the sponsors room. Importantly, we've got a code that you can use to get some free credit if you want to test out our APIs, if you want to test out our voice APIs, SMS, WhatsApp messaging, things like that. We will have cloud communications platform for that. And we have more importantly for people, we have a raffle. So if you want to join the raffle, sign up to the service and you've got a chance to win some headphones, which is all very fancy and all very cool. Now, I was introduced, obviously, that PHP was mentioned a lot. I am the PHP developer advocate at Vonage, but that's not all I do. And the important thing is, for anyone who thinks this is a PHP talk, it's not, and you'll see why. It's quite cool. So yes, here's my stuff. If you've got any feedback or you want to, or we run out of time for questions or something like that, I'm very active on Twitter. I've got a LinkedIn, and like every good developer, I have a huge GitHub graveyard of unfinished side projects. And as mentioned before, I am the PHP advocate at Vonage. So let's get started. I'm just going to give an outline. I'm going to give an outline on what on this is how this came about. It's sort of a mini story at the start of it, and what came out about it and how I'm going to tell it. So first things first, hopefully something we can all agree on. Testing external APIs that your software relies on is hard, right? That's not that controversial. It's hard. Your software uses another API, right? You have no control over that API. You've got to test it. How do you do that? I found something. It's a library. Found it. Tell you what, it's not even cutting edge. It's not even new. It's been going on it's old tech. It's been going around for ages. So I thought, okay, give it a go. Check it out. And the conclusion is, oh my goodness, what is wrong with us? Why is everybody not using this? Everybody should be using this. We've got it all wrong. Whatever you know, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. We use this. I'm being, of course, a little bit dramatic because I have a dramatic background, but this is what it sort of looks like. So I'm going to talk about how problems come about when you have external API dependencies, and what the library is that I found, what it does, when to use it, how to use it, should you use it, because, as always, it depends. Right. I wonder if anybody in the audience knows what this is, or this is, point the right way. This is a Betamax tape, a closed proprietary format introduced by Sony. It was technologically quite superior for its time. And a very interesting fact for you, the last ever Betamax tape was produced in March 2016, which is ridiculous. That's how long they're actually being produced for. On the other hand, this is something that people might recognize more. Well, this is something that people over the age of 30 might recognize more. This is an open format. This is FOSSASIA, after all, an open format called VHS, which was designed by JVC and was adopted by Mitsubishi and Hitachi. This was technologically not as superior as the Betamax format. It wasn't as good, but it was an open format, which meant that it was adopted widely, and it absolutely killed Betamax. And there is there's a story there, I think, behind things. So, because, you know, I know what you're all thinking. You're all thinking, come on, Jim, is this really relevant? I thought we were talking about APIs. What's going on? What's this? And the answer is, of course, yes. Why else would I be talking about it? Of course it's relevant. Oh, God. Oh, hard to please. Oh, look, and VHS came out first too. So that's quite an interesting fact that I didn't know about. Anyway, yes, it is relevant. I mean, sort of, you know, a bit. What I'm trying to say here is, look, it's a tenuous link, but I've got to get your attention somehow, right? What I'm trying to say, what makes this relevant, is this very important message, which is sometimes the most practical solution in software is the best one. Betamax was the correct option because it was technologically superior, but it wasn't the best one because it wasn't the most practical option. Which leads me on to bugbears about software development that I have. And this is the biggest one, first of all, which is this quote. Oh, don't mock what you don't own. Look, do you know what, when I hear this as like a staple in the software industry, don't mock what you don't own, I think of a film from 1998 called The Big Lebowski, and it takes place in a car, and the scene is, wrong, you're not wrong, Walter, you're just an asshole. And it's so true though, isn't it? Don't mock what you don't own is like, it's not wrong, it's correct, but it doesn't make things easy, right? We have things hard, and not being able to mock something that you actually rely on is like difficult. So what I'm trying to say here is that we already have to tiptoe around external dependencies. This is, I come from the PHP land, but if we're talking like, if we're starting to get into Node and JavaScript, people who use those ecosystems know what NPM is like, right? You're downloading thousands and thousands of other people's code and libraries. This is why we need tooling. And given how difficult it is, and we have to solve so many problems, it leads me on to my second bugbear, and this is a bit different because I have respect for don't mock what you don't own. But this, something that I hear all the time. We don't have time for testing. Who says this? Oh, we don't have time for if someone says this, if a company says we don't have time to test our software, I think clowns, absolute clowns. But it's not very helpful to just say, you know, people are idiots. Let's look at why that quote comes about. Why do people say we don't have time for testing? I'll give you a real world example from something that I worked on maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, right? So imagine you have a thing. Let's say you're building something for Shopify. So it's a cloud-based platform. You have no control over it. You have access to all of its API. How do you build and extend off Shopify? Well, you do it via its API, right? So I have something locally. So in this case, I've said Symfony framework. Could be anything. It could be Flask. It could be Django. It could be Express. I don't know, any kind of full stack framework, right? And the way you communicate and extend off Shopify is you use the API. And then if you want to take state out of Shopify, you store the state locally and you sort of amalgamate the two, talking through the API. So how do I test this? How do I write this? How do I write my service and I want to test it? Okay, well, the industry norm seems to be, well, we need to separate out. You can't, if you're going to test it, you can't talk directly to Shopify, right, anymore, because it don't mock what you don't own, right? So you're not in control of Shopify, therefore you can't own it. So you need to ring fence the API, and then I'm going to use PHP unit and PHP spec for mocking. So for anyone else, this is like Jest, or it's like, you know, or it's like R unit for R spec for Ruby. This is the testing runner, right? So how do you mock the API responses? Well, what you seem to do is you create static fixtures as like JSON. You have like a whole load of fixtures in JSON files, right? And then that's what you're testing against. Okay, fine. So what happens when this happens in Shopify? Yay! API change, and then you've got your API change, and it's so bad that it's in like word art from like 2001. So if the API changes, then what happens to the JSON? The JSON is now like totally totally wrong, because it's not the, like, if you haven't got an API change that has been documented and you didn't expect it, therefore your responses are wrong, and therefore PHP unit goes, don't know what's going on, and then Clippy appears, and then you have a trash fire, which is a burning thing with bananas, and it's all wrong. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Just forget about it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why people say we don't have time for testing, is situations like that. But talking of situations like that, I'm in that situation, right? I have exactly the same problem. At Vonage, I'm responsible for the PHP SDK libraries, i.e. if you want to talk to Vonage and you're a PHP developer, I maintain the open source library for it, right? So what happens is you have to talk to Vonage's APIs. How does it do that? Exactly the same situation. But being a center of excellence at Vonage engineering, I'm not just going to say we don't have time for testing, because that doesn't work. So you've got to have some sort of solution for it. And this is how the solution kind of came about. I work in a multi-language team. There's a Python advocate, there's a Ruby advocate, there's a Node advocate, etc., etc. So I was talking to the Ruby advocate, and the Ruby advocate Carl goes, he says, "Oh, I've got a solution for you. Why don't you just use VCR?" And I'm like, "Oh, you know, could try that." But what? No, hold on, stop. Go back. Go. What do you mean use VCR to do the testing? He's like, "Yeah, it's in Ruby. It's called VCR. What it does is it records all of your APIs and then plays it back." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, but there's not going to be a PHP one." He goes like, "Hold on a sec. Yeah, here it is." And just like that, click, I was like, "What's this? What is this magic?" And I checked it out, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, why are we not doing this?" So let's talk about what it does. What does it do? So imagine we have our brand new Nikon Matsui digital VHS recorder, Matsui being a British company that tried to pretend to be Japanese, because that's what it was like in the 90s. And you presumably want to try and set up your auto program record, which was something that seemingly never worked. And what you do is the API is what you're recording. So we pop in a cassette of our limited edition Jurassic Park, sorry, not Jurassic Park, sorry, our Vonage API. You plug it into the cassette, you run your unit tests, you press record, it records it, and then you take out the cassette and you put it into your API library of all of the things. And then when you want to run your unit tests, you pop the cassette back in, press play, and that's it. And what you've done is you've cut out the API. Okay, that's pretty cool. How does it do that? This is stuff to do with PHP, okay? So what it does is anything that goes over curl, or if you're a masochist, SOAP, or the stream mapper, it intercepts it, right? But how does it do that, Jim? And the answer to that is, okay, look, please don't ask me how the authors got around Ruby's monkey patching to do this, because it's probably voodoo leaves and chicken bones and things like that. The answer is technically under the hood. It's very complex, and I don't know quite how it works. But how does it look? So it's got a base singleton client. It's got a storage path. It's got a storage format, a mode, an on, off, and eject, right? And this is what it looks like in code. So you've got a base singleton client in PHP. There it is, VCR class. If you use the configure method, it returns back a VCR configuration object, and then you have all of your methods available on it. So in this case, you use set cassette, set path, and that's where your library goes. Storage format, you can choose when you record to store in JSON, or you can choose XML, or you can choose YAML. The mode is important. This is when you're like doing record or you're doing playback, and it looks like that. So you've got set mode, new episodes. That means it will record everything. Or you can go to set mode to none. If you do that, that means that when you run the unit tests, it will put it into play. You have VCR turn off, on and off, and eject. Eject saves the cassette when you're completed, right? Very important that you have turn on and off, because you're in control of what parts of your test suite you want to be recorded or tested. So that's how the code kind of looks, right? So a real world example, how does it look with the testing? And this example is, yes, it is PHP, but it might look familiar to JavaScript developers. It uses what's called the PEST testing framework, which is not quite the default testing framework for Laravel yet, but it will be. It's a testing runner that's designed on JavaScript's Jest framework, which is why the API kind of looks like this. So this is a live test. It will send an SMS to a live server at Vonage, and then we expect the response count to be 1, i.e. you've sent it, and then we expect the status to be 0. That's a live test. You don't want to run that all the time, because if you run that all the time, it will cost you money every time you do it. And you don't want to do that in your CI and pipeline whenever you've got like GitHub Actions running every time, right? That's not what you want. But that is a live test. So what I did is I took pests, a functionality specifically to do with pest, right? You have a traits function or uses function. And this was built for things like, this was done for things like for unit tests when you need to do migrations, right? You want a fresh database for every single unit test you do. So what I did is I added those VCR methods into the trait. So now you can have like your set mode or your on and off wrapped around, and that will now run as part of the test before every single test. So how does it look with VCR enabled? This is the same test, but now you can see you've got this switch VCR to true, now set VCR to new episodes. If you run this, this will record and then it will eject the tape and it will save it into the file system. This is how it looks. And as you can see, for those of you familiar with things like Insomnia and Postman, it looks very similar to that. It looks like an HTTP wire request, right? There's nothing sort of that mysterious about it. That's your recording, and it says, here's everything I've recorded. It gives you all of the headers. It gives you everything, right? And when you want to play that back, we've put switch VCR to true, load in the cassette that we saved, set it to the play mode, and now the live test, exactly as it was before, will no longer talk to Vonage. It will just play back what you've recorded. That is absolutely ridiculous levels of power that you can have. So reasons why you should use it. Cassette libraries of API changes versus your external dependencies documentation. This is quite a cool thing, and it sort of goes a bit like this, right? So documentation needs to be up to date, and it sounds ridiculous, but how many times have you coded with an external dependency on something and its documentation is not up to date, or something has been launched and it's not been documented yet? How it becomes a sort of a chicken and egg situation, right? You don't know if you update the API. What we try at Vonage is we try and update the API at the same time, but sometimes that doesn't happen. Whereas if you use VCR, you have a single source of truth for your application and your developers. It takes out the kind of human documentation element. The documentation, yes, it's very important. It needs to be there. But for what you're developing at speed, you actually have something that's more concrete. But what if, what if your external dependency, what if they accidentally ship something, or what happens if they break their semantic versioning that they have, where they've accidentally had a backwards compatibility break? They could do that. There's nothing, the problem is it's in their hands, whereas with VCR, it brings it back into your hands. The cassette libraries, by saving all of these cassettes as recordings, it moves the dependency from them to you. So that's why I would advocate for it as something that's very, very powerful. And similarly, bug turnarounds and visibility. Now, this is crazy, right? Here's an example, right? GitHub issue on your library or your project pops up, and you go, okay, fine. It's because it's relying on a third-party API call, and it's broken. Right, I'm going to run the project locally, and then I'm going to tell it to record a new cassette. And now I'm going to play it back with my test runner, and bingo, the power that a developer has of finding an API problem like that, because the test suite has failed because you've updated what's going on with the external API. That's a fairly kind of powerful use case for using something like VCR. Another one, speed. There's a bomb on your bus. With full credit to Keanu Reeves' acting. Do you remember before where we said we don't have time for testing, right? And I've just said, I'll tell you what, if you use VCR, speed becomes something that is in your hands. And here's an example of that. This is another thing which is like, here I'm going to show you the superpower of this library. So build me the thing, Jim. I've just chosen Symfony Framework, or I could choose Laravel, or I could choose Django or Rails. I don't know, whatever. Build me the thing. Okay, here's the thing. The thing relies on an external vendor API, Facebook or Shopify, I don't know, some sort of big thing, or Twitter, right? And that logo is for the Open API spec. If anyone wants to know more about the Open API spec, we're big into it at Vonage, naturally. Ask me about it because it's amazing. So it relies on this external API, right? So what you need to do is set up the vendor account, and then you're just going to write the tests in your product, and then hit record whilst it makes all the API recalls. So then you commit the tape into source or S3 or something like that. We'll get onto one of the downsides in a minute about storage, but you commit it and then go ship it. You've just created a piece of software that relies entirely on someone else's API. You've done it at speed with full test-driven development from using that library. And that to me is stonks. That's amazing. That kind of power really did. That's the reason why I just said, why aren't more people using this? And because I am a man that is approaching my 40s, I like offline stuff, right? But it is important to notice this for speed. It means that you don't have to make all those API calls all the time. You record them once, but it means you've also got potentially offline development. That's pretty powerful. Much better back in my day. Look at that Amiga, beautiful piece of kit. Old man yells at cloud, etc., etc. But as an advocate, it is my job to not just say you should use this thing. You also need to know about why you shouldn't use it, because there's downsides to everything, right? This is a big one. External production vendors. You're relying on someone else, but what about the accounts and things like that? And maybe you can't set up a staging environment with someone else's thing. It might not be possible. Which kind of brings in another aspect: security. You've got to think about how you organize your secrets and your environment variables. Real big thing here is third-party data. You're making calls to external service. Can you set up fixtures and things like that? You've definitely got to make sure that you don't have any live data in there. Otherwise the live data will make it into your local file system and record it in a cassette. And you really don't want to be violating GDPR rules. That's in the UK, sorry, in the EU, but it's probably different out in APAC. And maybe you can't set up a staging environment. And also, if you accidentally trigger something where you put record, then it might cost you loads of money. What happens if there's 5,000, 10,000 tests and they're all making API calls? You're going to have to stage that and control it. And if you don't control it, someone accidentally runs the pipeline and then it makes like 10,000 API calls. That's going to cost you money. You've got to lock these things down. So it's something to think about. And another big one is in your library, you've got to organize your library, right? So you need some strategy about how you do it, about how you name it, about where you store it. And also your software might already have some CI pipelines and it does some fancy stuff depending on Git tags or something like that. It means that you have to work around a solution on how you integrate this into your software. But yeah, the top thing to take away from this that I think is absolutely amazing is, like I said, you might have thought that this is a PHP talk. And yes, I'm a PHP developer, but it's not. And this slide is kind of unique to FOSSASIA because it's all about free and open source software. This slide is the money shot, right? There's no sort of better way of putting it. It's not a PHP talk because I found implementations in, get ready for it, everything. There they all are. Take a screenshot. If you want to use VCR, it doesn't matter what backend language you use. There's one for Golang, there's one for Java, there's one for .NET Core, but there's also one for C# if you want to use C# in .NET. There's ones for Node. There's equivalents of all of them. And that makes me realize, first of all, how powerful is software, and then secondly, I really don't understand why this is almost like not an industry norm. Okay, so the conclusions, whilst I motored through this talk as quickly as possible, the conclusion to draw really is, first of all, make sure it fits your use case. Blah 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 blah. As an engineer should say, it depends, because this thing might not be applicable for everyone, right? And also we're all talking about your software relying on external APIs. Not everyone's software is going to be reliant on external APIs. Some of it doesn't. But make sure, have a look at it first and make sure that it fits your use case of what you're doing. But in my case, it fits my use case for the libraries that I maintain, and so I'm now starting to refactor all of the open source libraries that we have at Vonage, well, the ones I'm responsible for, in order to use it. So that. Big win! Yay! But for that contribution for open source ecosystems and how they work, it's very important that I sort of build on top of that. So what I decided to do is I decided to create an integration to make sure that if you use Laravel and you use the pest testing framework, I'm going to create a plugin for it, so to integrate it as part of to make it part of your core Laravel installation. I don't know how long that will take, but it's definitely something that I think people have kind of asked for. So that's my very sort of brief introduction to PHP VCR. Thank you very much for having me, and hopefully in a second the MC will pop up again. I was about to answer the question that's on the chat, but Clarice, our community manager, is about to, I think, about the winner for our headphones.
All right. Yeah. So I think so. We have one question here. I think it's not very clear to some people in the audience what exactly PHP VCR is. Could you like summarize like what it is? And like,
yeah. So if you have software that talks to other other services, that uses other people's APIs, PHP VCR will allow you to record all of the responses from that API, so that when you test your software, you don't have to make the calls anymore. You have it stored locally within your software. That's like that's the really brief intro of what it is.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much. That makes a lot of sense. I have one myself. So you talked about offline. I'm personally a robotics guy, so we're dealing a lot with the different vendors of robots, and they all have different APIs. Do you see this can be used in an environment like that, like with like, because this seems to be like web oriented, or at least the initial where it comes from and where it's being mostly used, right? But do you see that if this can be used with like APIs from like robots, or like APIs from like different kinds of software that are not like web frameworks or like web development stuff?
Yeah, it could be used. I think it's sort of a difficult one. I mean, it's VCR by its nature, because it's recording web calls. It's very much designed and aimed at about full stack web development, or for web application development. But on the other hand, the thing is, if you use something natively, like React Native or Python's kind of like or Python's compiler into Linux desktop apps and things like that, I mean, potentially you could still use it, because in PHP is a web language only, right? So that, I mean, people try to port it locally, but to desktop development, but it doesn't work. But Python can be used for that, which means if you had a desktop application that did make external API calls still over the web, you could still use it within like a compiled app.
I see. All right. Yeah. And then we have another one saying, is there any chance to see VCR web RTC replay ability if it's not there support already?
Sorry, can you say it again?
That VCR web RTC replay ability, if not supported yet already.
I don't know the answer, to be honest. I don't in terms of video, I don't know that much. I've only just started getting used to sort of WebRTC. We've got libraries that use them natively, but if you have VCR will record, because VCR, all it's doing is recording HTTP wire calls and their payloads. So it would probably be, if you're trying to record like WebRTC interactions, you could do it as long as it was using HTTP, but the only difference is that it would be probably a bit too expensive to use. Like, it'd be making like hundreds and hundreds of calls. But it could potentially be used.
I see. Okay. I think that's all for questions. Maybe if there's some more, we can.
The actual building on that question, sorry, is that I didn't realize that it actually relies on UDP under the hood. So the answer is no, but someone's probably ported it.
Okay.
I reckon.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Very interesting technology, and very appreciate all the amazing images and the reference to the Big Lebowski. Great movie.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for having me, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So I think our next talk is starting in 30 minutes. So we have small break, guys. So you can grab a bite, have a drink, And then we'll be back in 30 minutes with the OnlyOffice guys. So we will have the talk about running your own customized office with OnlyOffice. It's actually a workshop, so it'll be very interesting for you guys. So stay around and see you soon.
Hello everyone! The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi everyone, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Mingbai, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bi-tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young-Bi-Tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers,
So, hello everyone. Just like discussed with the team here, we can also use the time to try out our hallway. So I'm going to share here in the screen how this works with the hallway. Definitely check it out. It's a pretty cool feature of the event, so you can connect with other participants right there. So what you do is you simply go to the left-hand side, video room, then you see welcome main hallway. You click on it, and you see here our prototype running in the back from Chatmosphere. So you can see different people, and when you go closer to people, they can hear you. When you go away, they can't hear you. You can zoom in, zoom out. And yeah, also you can set your name. So Friendly Sphere, for example, they set their name. I see like people coming over. I see Stefan, for example, there, and a few people. So definitely try it out. It's pretty nice. And yeah, have fun. So we'll continue in a few minutes. And if you like, I'll see you in the hallway.
Me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I thought I had problem with my microphone. So you know the system, Stefan? So basically.
So Stefan, also, wie geht's dir?
Yeah, good evening here.
So if you move together, then it's louder. If you move far away,
I wanted
then
to
you're
talk to the other Stefan from
less
Berlin,
audible.
but he doesn't hear me.
So now
he
we
goes
can
away.
talk. I can talk with Mario, and Hanfu won't know what we're talking about.
Marco also need to move. Marco, are you talking?
Oh, nothing. It was nothing.
Ja.
I was talking to Mario.
Ja, man kann auch Verstecken spielen. Ihr habt es schon verstanden. Man kann auch
Hallo,
mitten im
Jasmin.
Gespräch
Stefan, sag mal
weggehen
was.
und dann hören ja die anderen nicht
Und
mehr.
Mario höre ich nicht.
Can you hear
Mario
me?
ist stumm.
Okay, maybe you
Mario
cannot hear
stumm.
me.
Hear you as well. So if as soon as I can see the volume number, I can.
Or maybe I'll just the outer sphere
I
is
see
the
only the
where I
lip
can
movement of Mario, but
sinusoid.
not
If
not his voice.
sphere is not
So
covering you, that will be
Hello, Yungbin. Yungbin,
Right.
maybe try a reload.
maybe okay, maybe let me see.
So, Yasmin, what do you think about the first day of the conference? Do you like
Yeah,
it?
it was interesting. I really enjoyed it.
And where are you now, Yasmin?
I am in Berlin.
Ah, you're also in Berlin. We have 2 people, 2, 3, 4 people in Berlin. Stefan, the other Stefan, are also
Yeah.
here. So the two
Stefan,
Stefan,
sag
if
mal
you
was.
want to talk to each other, you can have establish your own circle, yeah. And then we will not be able to hear you.
Hallo Mario.
Hello, we are
Ich höre
live on
nichts.
TV now, on YouTube TV, Stefan, because I'm streaming this to YouTube. How are you doing? Wie geht's dir?
Ich habe nur Hong gehört,
Hörst du mich?
aber dich höre ich nicht.
Okay.
Cannot.
Yes, I can hear you.
Then if I'm here, I can. I can't hear that.
There is
I
there's a sphere that is out of
I
your voice.
see the
Your
volume
voice
is changing.
voice zone. Yeah, this is the voice zone. Where if you are outside others' voice zone, then we cannot hear them. Yes. Yeah, can you hear them? Now can I close to Mario and then I can hear you, Mario. And the other guys. Why and I not? Oh no, I have no idea why my camera is
Can you
not
hear me?
working. Yeah, I can hear. Who's talking?
Okay.
Oh, Stephen Haynes. Oh, voice. Maybe. Oh, camera. So leave sound. Oh, nice. Harry is nice presenting and he's now. So if I keep presenting, but I don't know now why my camera is not working. Camera not working.
Yeah, I wonder why my camera.
Harish, we can see you.
That's working fine.
And I still cannot hear Mario.
So I can
Why
try
does it say
out something.
Why does mine say presenting?
Can you see
It says presenting
now? Can you
when
say
you
something?
click
Can you
on
see
the
something?
first button.
People?
And
So I'm actually
again,
No, I
presenting
don't.
here.
normal, but I do not know what
I don't see
should be
anything.
presenting.
What do you see on my circle? How
And on several
you see
buttons,
my face?
Yeah,
Or you
you,
see
I
the
just say
screen?
may
Maybe
try
try
a reload.
reload.
So maybe I can reload my browser tab.
Mario, what do you see on my screen?
Yeah, I see that you share some slides.
I'm not sharing the slide. I'm sharing our website, and we are also on the website.
Yes.
All right, I'm back in again.
Yeah, and I can see Harish. Can you hear me, Harish?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you.
Mario.
I can see Stefan and I can hear you.
Right.
Okay.
Ja, Stefan, du kannst mich nicht hören?
Now there should be two of me.
Ich kann nicht Lippen lesen, Mario. Schön.
Sorry for the voice.
Yeah.
Okay, my voice
Stefan,
is not clear.
the issue is I'm also sharing at the same time.
Oh, no.
On the other stream, the same time. Is sound conflict, like sound device conflict.
Oh, no, it says maybe reload. No, that's not what it is.
Brother is here. Okay.
Hello. Who do we have here? Yes, I can see your slide, Harish. But I try to see if I can make it bigger. Yes, I can actually make it also bigger. Yes, I can zoom in and see the entire screen. Yeah. But my question is, if I zoom in, it's only changed for me, right? Not for other people. I want to see now on the live stream how this looks like. Let me see. So here in this live stream, okay, and then okay. So if I zoom in into Harish, then what do I see on this live stream? Okay, so that's only for me. Okay, good. So yeah. So Mario, so we are getting back already to the main hall. I think the talk is starting in 3 minutes, right?
Yes. So okay. So I leave that to you guys. I will stop the transmission. I think people get an idea how it's working and how they can communicate with each other. So if you move closer to each other, the sound will be louder. If you move away, you won't have so good sound. And yeah, the next features that we are thinking of here is adding some slides. There's this community chatmosphere who's working on this issue. There's a Jitsi in the background, and we're integrating some components here more tightly in Eventyay. So stay tuned for a lot of new features of this cool idea. And we'll move over now here. And I see Marco is taking back the presentation. So we're back in a moment here.
Yeah, hello everybody. Nice to have a break, and now we're back with the only office guys. I think Alexander is here already. Can you turn on your camera and so we can test your microphone? And
Yeah, people are coming back from the hallway. So yeah, I want to say hello to Alex as well. So we'll have the only office project here presenting soon, and there's a pre-recorded talk, Marco, by the way. So I can help with that, but Alex is live again. So this is really a great development. So we have the people twice here. We have them here live to answer questions, to interact with everyone, and we have the session, and of course, like afterwards, they can also share some insights.
okay, I think he's typing something. Yeah, in the meantime, I'll say that I'm very excited about this talk because I actually tried to run on the office on my Nextcloud application and I miserably failed. You should be able to Um,
Shall we back to the main hall or the next speaker?
you should be able to use your camera. Mari, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was still in the other hallway, also talking to some people. I'm trying to multitask here, and
Okay.
I see people are starting to come back. So that's cool. Yeah, Marco. So I can start the presentation. Alex, maybe you want to try your video first to check later for the Q&A time if it is working. And your sound. Actually, I see that you are still only have the earphones activated, so you need to click the head, like the head icon symbol, headphone symbol, and then try that.
There you go. You're muted now. You need to unmute.
Oh, okay. Finally, I find it out. Hello.
All right, great, perfect. Nice to have you here. So I'll go ahead and present Alexander Tozulia. Is that how it is?
Zozulia.
Tozulia. Okay, I did it the Spanish way. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, so he's an engineer at OnlyOffice. He's a professional services engineer who has been working at OnlyOffice open source project for about 5 years now. And during his career at OnlyOffice, he has participated in several CS3 annual events held by the CERN. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, again, thank you for being here to take on the questions and being here, taking the time to stay around. Again, I'm very excited about the talk. I play around with OnlyOffice, and I would love to learn a bit more on it. And I really think you guys are doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you for your kind words.
Yeah, no worries. I think Mario is going to play the video. So Mario, please go ahead.
Okay. I will stop sharing.
Hello,
the camera.
everyone.
Yeah.
My name
Thanks.
is Alexander Zazulia. I'm a professional services engineer at OnlyOffice. And today, I'm going to tell you about our open source project and our collaborative office suite. Moreover, you will learn how to create a customized office environment with OnlyOffice and how to extend its functionality using plugins. Another important aspect of this presentation is how to build a plugin from scratch and get it published on the official OnlyOffice app directory. Let's get started. At first, you need to have an understanding of what OnlyOffice is and what features it offers. I will briefly highlight the main advantages of our Office suite and explain what makes it unique in comparison with other similar solutions. Let's find out more about OnlyOffice. In a nutshell, OnlyOffice is a powerful online office suite with collaborative editors for text documents, spreadsheets, presentations, and fillable forms starting from version 7. The editors are available via a single user interface, where all editing and styling tools are grouped into functional tabs. You can easily switch between the tabs with a click to access the required feature. Hello everyone. My name is the core file format of the OnlyOffice suite. It means that our editors can seamlessly create and open for text documents, spreadsheets, presentations, and fillable forms starting from version 7. The editors are available via a single user interface, where all editing and styling tools are grouped into functional tabs. You can easily switch between the tabs with a click to access the required feature. Office Open XML is the core file format of the OnlyOffice suite. It means that our editors can seamlessly create and open docx, xlsx, and pptx files, which guarantees the highest compatibility with the Word, Excel, and PowerPoint formats. Also, OnlyOffice supports other popular document formats like ODF and legacy Microsoft Office formats, Doc, XLS, and PPT. This step requires conversion in OOXML formats at first to enable editing. You can even open PDF files for viewing, which is very convenient in many situations. OnlyOffice can be deployed and used on any platform and on any device. A single engine for the online, mobile, and desktop versions guarantees a seamless switch from offline to online mode and vice versa. Apart from the web-based version of the editors, there is a free desktop client that runs on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. When it comes to mobile applications, OnlyOffice comes with free Office suites for Android and iOS. The OnlyOffice editors are built on top of the HTML5 canvas technology, and the first version of our online suite was presented in 2012. This technology makes it possible to display any piece of content on any web browser. Thus, our suite is truly WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. Other important advantages of the HTML5 canvas technology include maximum compatibility with MS Office OOXML formats and low memory consumption. JavaScript, used for client-side interaction in OnlyOffice, was chosen as one of the most universal web programming languages. For server-side scripting, we use Node.js, an open-source and cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment. Such a combination allows us to create a really stable and flexible product. One of the biggest advantages of the OnlyOffice suite is client-side performance. This makes it possible for users to work independently, even if they co-edit the same file. Let's consider a real example. A group of people is collaborating on a text document. Someone is using non-printing characters. In this case, this works on this user's side, and the other co-authors won't see these characters. Such an approach also allows you to use various access permissions. When sharing a document in OnlyOffice, you can provide full access to it, or make sure that other users only open it for viewing, reviewing, or leaving comments. Forms can be also shared with field filling permission. For spreadsheets, there is a special sharing permission called Custom Filter. Moreover, such an approach lets you make the most of the undo and redo features, as well as collaborate with others online using various tools. You are allowed to use version history and track changes. Switch between two co-editing modes. Compare documents. Leave comments and tag other users in real time. And of course, exchange messages via the built-in chat. Finally, OnlyOffice offers a set of advanced security features. Let's discover how secure the OnlyOffice suite is and how it protects the data of its users. OnlyOffice is a very secure solution by design because you can deploy it on a private network and no user data will be stored on the OnlyOffice server. You can also enable JSON Web Token to prevent unauthorized access to your documents, protect files with digital signatures, encrypt documents and worksheets with passwords, add watermarks, and apply copy and download restrictions. What's more, OnlyOffice provides HTTPS data encryption in transit and also end-to-end document encryption as additional protective measures. In OnlyOffice private rooms, every document, spreadsheet, and presentation is reliably encrypted via the randomly generated IES 256 keys that are shared with authorized users by means of asymmetric encryption. OnlyOffice is open source, so its source code is publicly available on GitHub under the terms of the AGPL version 3. Every user has an opportunity to examine the OnlyOffice source code and make sure that there are no backdoors. Right now you can scan the QR code on your screen to get access to the OnlyOffice repositories and check the code on your own. Document processing in OnlyOffice is performed on client side, which makes it possible to significantly decrease the server loading. Only the file opening and file conversion processes are performed on the server side. For example, a server with a 8-core CPU and 32 GB RAM is usually enough to open and edit 1000 documents at once without any problems. We have conducted a series of internal load tests and can guarantee flawless performance of our editors with this configuration. OnlyOffice provides an open API that describes the platform functionality, its main methods and various components. Third-party software developers can freely use the OnlyOffice API to know how our suite can communicate and interact with other solutions and access its certain internal functions. The API allows you to integrate OnlyOffice with various productivity solutions and content management applications. This, in turn, lets you create, open, edit, and collaborate on documents right within any file-sharing platform. Another way of integrating OnlyOffice is the WOPI protocol that is supported starting from version 6.4. In one word, it's a REST-based protocol that defines a set of operations enabling a client to access and change files stored on a server. That means that you can connect OnlyOffice to any third-party platform that provides a universal WOPI client or connector. Many content management systems like FileCloud, SharePoint, OnCloud, and others implemented WOPI to integrate Microsoft Office Online and to extend their functionality with document processing. Using WOPI, it's possible to integrate OnlyOffice since version 6.4 as well. OnlyOffice provides detailed documentation on WOPI integration, and you can learn how to specify the properties via WOPI discovery, what WOPI REST API functions are supported, and what the difference between the OnlyOffice API and WOPI is. As a result, today OnlyOffice is integrated in more than 30 well-known and widely used platforms like Nextcloud, OnCloud, Alfresco, Cfile, Kdrive, Confluence, Liferay, Redmine, SharePoint, Nuxio, Plon, etc., Such integrations are possible via special connectors developed by the OnlyOffice team, our technological partners, and independent developers. Due to the Open API and WOPI support, OnlyOffice has been embedded in more than 200 third-party web services by various developers all over the world, and this number is increasing all the time. When it comes to availability, OnlyOffice is available in various distribution formats and packages such as dep, RPM, Docker, Snap, Univention Corporate Server, Cloudrun, AMI, Kubernetes, one-click apps on DigitalOcean and Vultr, Alibaba Cloud, etc. We work hard to extend this list and offer more options to our users. The most recent examples are one-click apps on the Vultr marketplace and Alibaba Cloud images that became available last year. Apart from its editing functionality, OnlyOffice has a lot to offer in terms of customization. You can turn on the interface theme you like, whether it be classic, classic light, or dark, to avoid eye strain in poorly lighted environments. Additionally, you can scale your documents, spreadsheets, and presentations up to 500% to comfortably work with files on screens of any size. The OnlyOffice API also provides some customization options. For example, you are allowed to customize the appearance of the OnlyOffice editors and make the header smaller, hide the top toolbar, display or hide the right side menu, and so on. This way, you can customize the interface of the OnlyOffice editors as you wish. The standard editing functionality of the OnlyOffice suite can be significantly increased with the help of third-party plugins. They are available in the desktop and web versions of the editors, and there is a default set of plugins that you can use as soon as you install OnlyOffice. The most remarkable examples of pre-installed plugins are Photo Editor, Thesaurus, Highlight Code, Speech, and WordPress. There are also some other plugins that require manual installation and can be found in the OnlyOffice app directory on the official website. Let's find out what plugins can do and why it might be a good idea to create plugins for OnlyOffice. Now that you know that plugins can make OnlyOffice more powerful, it is necessary to know what a plugin is. As a rule, it's a software extension that is meant to add to what the OnlyOffice editors are able to do. In other words, a plugin extends the functionality of the solution. For example, the YouTube plugin allows you to embed YouTube videos into your documents via the user interface and watch videos right in the documents. This is what Office suites don't usually do, but OnlyOffice does with the help of this plugin. All available plugins can be accessed on the Plugins tab of the top toolbar. If necessary, you can install additional plugins manually and even delete them. Now I would like to say a few words about the classification of plugins. There are 4 main types of plugins in OnlyOffice. I'm going to briefly describe each type and give you some examples. First of all, there are visual and non-visual plugins. In other words, they are visible or non-visible to the user. For example, the photo editor is a visual plugin because it opens a special window and helps you to edit images in your document. The Hello World plugin is non-visual because it does not display any visible elements and only inserts the Hello World phrase when you press a special button. The second type includes the so-called system and non-system plugins. As the name suggests, system plugins automatically work in the background and don't need activation. For example, the Settings System plugin allows you to protect documents with a watermark. Non-system plugins can be activated when you click the icon on the Plugins tab. For example, the Translator non-system plugin starts to work when you click its icon and translates the selected text into other languages. Other examples are Language Tool, Grammarly, Jitsi, Telegram, etc. The next type is functionality and UI enhancement plugins. The main purpose of such plugins is to make the OnlyOffice more powerful and user-friendly by adding new features and interface improvements. In other words, these plugins help you to extend the functionality of the editors, add custom components to the user interface, and connect third-party services. For example, there are some special plugins that allow you to add, edit, and delete content controls. These plugins are not installed by default, but if they are, you can easily manage all content controls in one place. Some examples of third-party service plugins that connect third-party services include Typograph, Zotero, and Telegram. Finally, let's discuss the last type of OnlyOffice plugins. What this means is that there are plugins that are designed for embedding all objects. All means object linking and embedding. It's an external file that was created using an external application and can be embedded into another application. For example, the YouTube plugin embeds YouTube videos into your document, and you can open and play them without using any third-party applications. Now that you know what types of OnlyOffice plugins exist, let's have a quick look at what can be done with their help. As I have already said, some plugins make it possible to connect third-party services, allowing you to add on some really useful extra features. The list of all available options is really impressive, and I'm going to highlight only some popular services. If you work with bibliographies, you can make use of the EasyBib, Zotero, and Mendeley plugins. To translate words and phrases into various languages, use Google Translate and DeepL, or open-source solutions like Aperture. To correct grammar mistakes, you can use Language Tool. If you want to make audio and video calls, the Jitsi plugin is what you need. What else can be done with plugins? Well, they can add custom components and controls to the user interface of the OnlyOffice editors. A good example is the UI plugin that extends drag changes functionality. It adds the additional Review Changes panel to the editor's interface. This way, it becomes easier to see what edits your co-authors make when you collaborate together in real time. Don't forget, this is a custom plugin, so it's not available by default and requires manual installation. Another thing that OnlyOffice plugins can do is enhance the user experience and the editor's functionality. The best examples here are autocomplete, search and replace, move cursor, advanced commenting. Let's have a look at the autocomplete plugin. This is an input assistant for the OnlyOffice editors that helps the user to input text quickly. You just type something, and the plugin offers you to choose a word from a various options. This is really helpful when you type a long, complex word. As the examples mentioned before, this is a non-standard plugin that requires manual installation. Finally, OnlyOffice plugins allow you to work with macros. In fact, macros are small scripts used to facilitate your day-to-day routine work with different types of documents. OnlyOffice macros use the JavaScript syntax, and OnlyOffice Document Builder API scripting notation. There are several reasons why OnlyOffice uses JavaScript for macros. Firstly, they are cross-platform. Secondly, they are easy to use. Thirdly, they don't have any access to the system. They are just JavaScript code that runs in the same window as the editors. You can find some ready-to-use macros which can be used in different scenarios in the OnlyOffice API, or create your own ones using the detailed instructions provided by the OnlyOffice team. Our team constantly develops new plugins for the OnlyOffice editors to make the user experience better. Over the last several months, we have added such plugins as Language Tool, Grammar Lecture, Aperture, DeepL, Telegram, HTML, etc. You can see the full list on the screen now. Some interesting and really helpful plugins are being developed by our team at the moment and will become available in the future releases. More information at the end of this presentation. Let's have a deeper look at a couple of plugins that we have added recently. I want you to understand why we decided to develop such plugins and how they work in OnlyOffice. The first example is Jitsi. It's an open source video and audio conferencing service that allows you to easily organize secure online meetings. Jitsi was added at the request of our users. The Jitsi plugin makes it possible to make audio and video calls right from the OnlyOffice editor's interface. The plugin uses the Jitsi SaaS server, so you don't need to install any additional software. All you need to do is install the plugin, open the Plugins tab, find Jitsi and enter your nickname to enjoy high-quality video and audio calls. If you want to finish your call, just press the Stop button. The next example is Draw.io. It's an open-source diagramming application that allows you to create a wide variety of diagrams. Flowcharts, mind maps, Venn diagrams, infographics, network and architecture diagrams, UML diagrams and more. Its functionality is richer than one default diagramming tool. The plugin integrates Draw.io with OnlyOffice editors, so you don't need to leave the program interface and launch any additional applications. You just open the plugin, create the diagram you need, click the Save button and insert the diagram into a document. The whole process is really simple and intuitive. If you want to edit your diagram, just click on it to change shapes, add labels, or customize your chart. The plugin is compatible with the self-hosted and desktop versions of the OnlyOffice editors. If you want to learn more about OnlyOffice plugins and how they work, you can always refer to the official API documentation. Just scan this QR code and you will discover how to create and publish your own plugin for OnlyOffice, how to write and run macros or convert VBA macros in OnlyOffice, how to use OnlyOffice API methods and events, where to find guides and plugin samples. If you have any questions about OnlyOffice plugins, you will find a FAQ section in the API documentation with useful information. After the general overview of OnlyOffice plugins, let's talk about the process of their development. If you decide to create your own plugin for OnlyOffice to add new feature that other users might find useful, you will need to follow some steps. First of all, each plugin has a certain structure. You need to create a plugin folder with the config.json, index.html, and plugin code.js files. Don't forget to use plugin methods and events while writing the plugin code that I describe in the OnlyOffice API documentation. To be able to create a plugin for OnlyOffice, you need to know what the main components are and how they work. Each plugin consists of 3 core elements. A config.json file is a plugin configuration file that helps to register the plugin in the OnlyOffice editors. It informs the editors about what kind of plugin is being integrated, shows the path to the plugin source code, and determines how the plugin is displayed on the Plugins tab. The next core element of any plugin is a plugin code.js file. This is a JavaScript file that contains the source code of the plugin and describes what and how must be done by the plugin. This file is placed to the plugin root folder together with the config.json and index.html files. The last core element is an index.html file. This is an HTML file that contains the plugin UI. It also connects the plugin code.js file and the plugin resources from the resource folder. In other words, it's more like the plugin entry point that connects the plugin.js file, the base file needed for the correct performance of the plugin. The body of this file can contain the special tags with the placeholders where the plugin components will be inserted. After you create the required files in accordance with the methods described in the OnlyOffice API, you need to adjust the style of your plugin. This is the second step. To do so, just add the OnlyOffice style sheet to the index.html file. This can be done with a string that you can see on the slide. After that, you need to localize your plugin. This step requires that you create the translations folder in the plugin directory with JSON files for each language that you want to add this translation for. For this purpose, you need to translate the config.json file. To do that, open it and file all the strings in English. Also, find all the strings you want to be localized from the index.html and the plugin code.js files and create their list. Then create the translations folder in the plugin directory. The detailed procedure is described in the OnlyOffice API documentation. The next step is preparation. You need to prepare your plugin for publication. This involves some actions. First of all, create an About window for your plugin. Add a short description and indicate the plugin version, the developer name, and link to the official website. Then prepare icons for the plugin and put them into the main plugin folder. Don't forget about a README file, where you can add a detailed plugin description, installation and usage instructions, known issues, etc. Put this file into the main plugin folder. When everything is done, you can proceed with the next step. Now your plugin is ready if you have done everything correctly. However, we recommend testing your plugin before publication. For that, you need to connect your plugin to the desktop app, the self-hosted version, or the cloud-based OnlyOffice editors according to the installation instruction in the OnlyOffice API documentation. Test the performance of your plugin. If it works how it's supposed to, it's time to get your plugin published. If something goes wrong, get back to the previous steps and make sure that you do the right things. All plugins for the OnlyOffice editors can be found on OnlyOffice app directory. If you want your plugin to be listed there, you can contact the OnlyOffice team at marketing@onlyoffice.com and tell us about your plugin. Don't forget to prepare a brief description of your plugin and tell us how it improves the OnlyOffice editors. If you find it useful, we will check it and add it to app directory so that other users can find it and install it. We are always open for collaboration. At the end of our presentation, we would like to share our plans with you. There are a lot of things to do to make the OnlyOffice editors more powerful. In terms of functionality, we want to add new editing features like the ability to insert animations in presentations. Also, we want to create new connectors. For example, the users of Trello, Slack, Strapi will be able to enable document editing within their platforms by integrating OnlyOffice. Another important direction for us is fillable forms. We want to make them more secure by allowing users to add digital signatures and enable encryption. To make OnlyOffice available, we will continue working on the SaaS version of our online editors, OnlyOffice Docs in the cloud. WOPI support is also very promising, so we plan to enhance it significantly and provide more ready-to-use integrations. When it comes to languages, we want to add RTL support. This feature has been requested by our users for a long time, so our desire is to make it available this year. Additionally, we are working on new localization options so that our users who speak different languages can use OnlyOffice with ease. Finally, we will also work on better compatibility of the OnlyOffice editors with ARM-based devices. This is our roadmap for the near future. Now let me tell you a few words about our plans in terms of plugins. In the future, we want to launch a brand new OnlyOffice marketplace, where our users will be able to find all plugins and third-party apps for our editors. Also, we plan to create extensions for the OnlyOffice web editors that will be compatible with all modern browsers. Automatic installation of plugins in the desktop app is also on our roadmap. This will allow users to add plugins within seconds without manual manipulations. Additionally, we will concentrate on creating video tutorials about macros and OnlyOffice plugins. You will find them on our official YouTube channel. And of course, we will keep releasing new plugins. For example, speech recognition, Zoom, and Markdown. Follow our official blog and stay tuned for more news. I would like to finish this presentation with a call to developers. We are really interested in collaborating with those who can create plugins for the OnlyOffice editors and make a fair contribution to our open source project. If you have expertise and passion for creating something new, you are one we need. Just create a useful plugin for the OnlyOffice editors. Contact the OnlyOffice team at marketing@onlyoffice.com. Make sure that your plugin is available on OnlyOffice app directory and get a special financial reward. Collaboration terms are discussed individually. Don't miss your chance to become a part of the OnlyOffice project. Thank you very much for your time. I hope this presentation has been useful for you, and now you have a clear understanding of the OnlyOffice suite, what feature it has and how you can customize it by adding and creating new plugins. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I will be happy to help you.
All right, great presentation. Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great presentation, very informative. Really like the project, as I said. Let's go take on some questions. I actually have a few questions myself. So you talked about, I think this comes down to, there's a question here saying, does this work with Nextcloud? And I think you mentioned it, right?
Yep, that's right.
It does.
I can briefly say that we have an official connector for Nextcloud that was developed by our developers. So you can easily integrate the document server and Nextcloud. So you can open documents, edit documents from Nextcloud file platform.
Yeah, so this leads me to my question regarding it's mostly regarding on how it's the different options of only Office working. I'm curious about it. Like you said you always talked about like a server client architecture. So I guess there's different versions, right? You can have online, you can have desktop, you can have mobile, but then are you always having a server somewhere on the cloud, or do you run the server locally if you run it on your mobile? How does it work?
So basically, when you are working offline with desktop application, you are using the local version. But if you connect this desktop app to the cloud, for example, Nextcloud, then there will be used the document server that is integrated with Nextcloud.
Okay, so basically,
desktop app is a Chromium-based application. Like it opens like a browser tab.
Okay, and then but then, do I have to run the server, or can it run by itself?
You have to run the server.
Okay, but then I technically I could run it locally, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. There's some question about like, is the support for Asian fonts? Like, what's the support for Asian languages in general? Do you see? Maybe this is a good opportunity for you to do a developers call here to the Asia developers crowd and see what they can actually help you guys with.
Yeah, we would really appreciate any help in translation. Our editors, we have a special program for those who can help us. It can be found on our official website. So basically, we use a default set of fonts that are supplied with the document server. So when you install it on, I mean the server version. And there are no some exact Asian fonts, but you can easily add any font you need. There is an easy to use instruction for that. You just place the font files in TTF format on the server, run the font generation script, and then clear browser cache, because the fonts are cached when you open the files. So to see the new font in the list, you need to clear the cache. As for the desktop app, it uses the system fonts. So the ones that are installed on your operational system are used.
All right, great, thanks. So one generic question here, like what makes OnlyOffice unique in comparison with the other alternatives? What would you say is like the unique features that you guys offer that others are lacking?
Thank you for the question. It's really kind of good question. Basically, there are some points that were already named in the presentation. I will just briefly repeat them. It's one engine for online, mobile, and desktop editors. Then it's all XML format as a core file format for OnlyOffice. Then it's rich variety of collaborative and editing tools. For example, track changes, version history, document comparison, comments, built-in chat, and others. We have also 2 different co-editing modes, fast and real-time and paragraph locking co-editing. Then we can talk about flexibility. So, so to say, OnlyOffice is the best choice for companies seeking for a secure cloud, and this office can be closely adapted for their own needs, be it a small firm or big company or even a home office. As for scalability, we have Kubernetes cluster deployment. This is the one of the main directions of the document server development right now. We improve it from version to version, so you can manage the installation in Kubernetes and scale it according to the needs or loads you have. One more thing that was just meant in presentation is all forms. This is a unique feature we have right now. Just imagine the functionality of MS Office content controls, add flexible settings from Adobe Forms to it, and make it available online and with open source code at the same time. So as a result, you get all forms or OnlyOffice forms. So what basically forms are, they are ready to fill out online document forms. So you can easily automate your paperwork with some docs. So I think these are the most important features that we can offer our users right now.
Sounds like quite a lot already. Yeah. Let me see. There's a question about web editors or mobile web editors being available for the open source users, like all the commercial features released on the open source version. Are mobile web editors available for open source users?
As of now, no, we are not offering it, and we don't have plans to make mobile web editors available in open source. But can say that this decision might be reconsidered in the future. I cannot guarantee right now, but we'll see.
I have a few questions about plugins. I was curious about a few of them. Like, for example, what happens with plugins like, so you said there's a YouTube plugin that allows you to integrate YouTube videos in your document. I don't know, like if you use this document in other Office kind of suites, is it gonna work? Does it work right away? Do they have to support it? What happens if they don't support it? Is there any?
Yeah, it's a good question. Basically, Microsoft Office supports all objects, so the video should be there in the file.
Okay. What you can export to probably other formats that don't support it, right? So there must be like some sort of, I don't know, like PDF. Can you print to PDF probably, and then?
Yeah, we can convert to PDF, but
like, is there just an image or something? Probably.
Yeah, it's a good question. I need to check it first.
Probably down to whatever they implemented in the plugin, right? And then when you run a Jitsi call, are you also sharing the document? And if it's not the default, is there an option to share the document?
Thank you for your question. As for Jitsi, yeah, no, basically it's it's a separate window that is being shown near the document. So separate window with a picture, video.
But then can we, with only Office, can you share documents and edit them at the same time in a similar way that you do with other cloud-based Office software?
The editing and collaboration work is being nearby, so there is only additional frame of the Jitsi video call right here on the screen.
Okay. Okay. And then I think this is the actual, when I see people trying to switch from one of these softwares to another, I think the main reason that they always come up with is, I open my document and it doesn't show up the same way, and things are like messed up, and everyone is using this software, and then when I open the documents in the other software, it doesn't work. Could you comment a bit on that? Is that giving you guys headaches? Is like, are you guys totally solved that? There's no problem, or is there still some work to do? What's your vision on that?
Okay, thank you very much. A very interesting theme. We are, as we are using OXML format as a core, we are most 100% compatible with MS Office. So there should be no distortions in the documents we open in only Office or in MS Office applications. There might be some distortions when opening ODF formats and Microsoft Legacy formats.
Yeah, I see. That's always every time I talk to someone about like using a different software, they come up like with that. It seems to me like it's a big barrier for people into trying other formats, because they have like files in formats that are probably not the XML web-based ones, but the old ones are always a bit of a pain for.
Yeah, I just wanted to add only thing. We always are ready to help when there are such issues. We will check the file, and most likely we can fix it.
Great. I think we don't have any more questions. Yeah, again, thank you very much for your presentation. It was great, and thank you guys for your work. It's pretty impressive. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here today.
Thank you. Hope to see you around.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So, I think we're almost 5 minutes on our next call. So I think we should have probably our next presenters here. So we have Dr. Daniel and Sarah Reichek, I guess I pronounced properly. I hope. So if you guys are here, let me give you presenter rights. Okay, found you. And Daniel, is Daniel around? So if you guys can start sharing your camera, and we can start testing microphone. I got the shirts not in the middle. All right. Trying to find Daniel. Daniel, are you here? Dr. Daniel Veselek, I hope. Mm. Hello, Sarah. I think you have the headphones icon on your screen, so you have to click on the headphones on the bottom, so you'll be able to activate your microphone.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello. Oh, okay. That's Daniel. Let me give you presentation rights. You were hiding. Okay. So Sarah, you still need to activate your microphone. Yeah. We still have time.
Does my sound okay like this, or do I need to switch anything? Can you hear me well?
I think you're right. Yeah, you're good. No, still no sound, Sarah. I think the microphone might be muted on your side, because it seems that you are muted now. Yeah, no. Maybe on your system.
Symbol is fine, but we can't hear you.
You should be able to do when you activate your microphone. You should be able to do like a little test, so that will tell you if your microphone is working. There's like a 2 hands. Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
Now it works.
hello. That was easy.
Great. Nice. Glad to have you both. Yeah. All right. So I guess I'll go ahead with the introductions, so you guys can get started on time. Yeah, so we have Dr. Daniel Vesolek. Is it like that? Good.
Thank you.
He's Interaction Design Open Knowledge Foundation Deutschland, Prototypes for Europe EV. Daniel is passionate about the intersection of open hardware and open workshops for the Open Knowledge Foundation in Germany. He works as a project manager on a prototype fund hardware. He's also part of the EU-funded project Open Next, bringing together makerspaces and SMEs to co-develop open hardware. As an interaction designer with a PhD, he's also active for other NGOs, and is involved in assistive technologies for people who are deaf, as an example. And then we have Sarah Reichert. Is it that? Yeah, nice. Researcher at Technical University of Berlin in the field of electrical engineering, passionate about connecting science and civil society with help of open hardware. And now their talk is titled "Draw Your Record and Hear How It Sounds." So let's see what they have for us, guys. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Marco. It's very great to be at the end of a wonderful day, and I hope we can be in Singapore next time in 2023 and not only online. And I hand over to Sarah right away.
Yes, thank you so much that we can be here. I'm very happy to share our project with you. Yeah, just let's start it. Who is sharing first? Who is sharing first?
I can't share because I don't have sharing rights, but if you can share, it's perfect.
Rights. Can you see my screen already?
Loading.
Oh, still loading? Okay, because I can already see it.
It takes a few seconds.
Okay. Yeah, probably my network is now very busy because lots of things are going on here right now. And that's nice. Yeah, I think we can already start with like our inspiration because we had a walk earlier this year. It was wonderful weather, and we were talking about work like always, and so I'm a researcher and I'm interested in prototyping, and so Daniel always has new open source hardware projects to talk about, and so he introduced a very cool project to me. Maybe you can explain the project.
There it is. Cool. It took a bit. So OpenNext, we're into open hardware, and the Pocket Science Lab, the amazing Pocket Science Lab, is one of the things that we were working with in the past and are still continuing to work, and it will be part of our presentation. Maybe you can move it a bit up again, that we'll see the earlier, just scroll upwards. Perfect. So open hardware, there's this OpenNext program, opennext.eu, and in the first phase, Pocket Science Lab was one of the main things, and now there's one project, it's called Orbiter, by a local company here that's called Playtronica, and this is the image that we just saw. So it's basically, as you can see, inspired by a record player. You put like little magnetic things on there, objects, and then it creates sound. 1 second, there's other sound. Sarah, take over, please.
Okay. I think this was is a very inspiring thing. The idea how to take sound and kind of to store sound and audio files. I know now we have all this very cool things how we can record audio, but in the past it was very complicated. And for example, there was Mr. Edison who invented the phonograph in 1877, and this was the way back then how to record and play sound. So since then, really lots of people were thinking how to encode sound with analog or digital techniques. And I think this is such a fun topic to think about, especially in the field of prototyping, because I think there are lots of more opportunities than we already have discovered. And so we took this inspiration and we're thinking, it would be super nice to do something with drawings. So you can draw something and then it will be transformed into sound. And this idea was born on our work. And back then I was working at Technical University at the Students Lab, and we back then we built a line follower, and I was thinking, couldn't be that line follower be a cool sensor to fulfill the task to transform drawings into sound. So it took us a while to remember what kind of sensor this was, and here this CNY70 is the name of this friend, helped us to fulfill the task. And this sensor is really very cool because it has two things in it. It has an infrared diode, and this diode is sending out infrared light. Okay, and you know every diode, every LED needs a resistor. This is this resistor 1 here, so it's just basic stuff. And if the LED light, for example, goes to a white surface, then the light gets reflected, and we need something that can eat this light. And this is a phototransistor, and this is all in this NY70 sensor. And so it has 4 legs, and you just need to find out what kind of resistor you take for resistance 2. For example, it's something about 10 kilo ohm. This will work fine. And then you have the output, and there you will get voltage values. And if you have, for example, something white, then there will come very high voltage values like 5 volts if you plug it into 5 volts, and between 5 and 0 volts. So you just need something how you can read in this voltage. This circuit design, we did this with KiCad. This was my first time with KiCad. This is an open source software. I really enjoyed the talk before when someone mentioned that it's always hard to change software because things look different. And I changed from Eagle to KiCad, so things looked different. But I really enjoyed it, and I can really recommend. It's very simple to design circuits in KiCad. And here we have the line number 2, and this little friend, for example, can go to a microcontroller, or what I tried out is here we have first the image of the draw sound machine, and this would be the way it looked when you do a circuit board, and you can find this on our GitHub repository, and if you need something like this, then please go ahead and make it. And yeah, I was talking about the output. And the output, first I was thinking, oh, it would be nice to connect, like plug and play, 2 classical open source circuits. There's one, it's very famous, it's the Atari Punk console. It's like a synthesizer with the NE556, and I connected it, and it was a lot of fun to hear the sound when I was drawing something, then you could hear. But even cooler, it became when Daniel introduced tidal cycles to me. This will come later. And yeah, I will hand over to Daniel to tell us something about the design of a record.
Cool. I think we maybe stick to the already working screen share, because otherwise we might have loading time in between. So there's a very simple trick that I would have live demoed, but I can also explain it. If one moves down and has this simple drawing, for example, with like the GIMP brush pulled a little bit wide and color red, then it just needs the polar coordinates filter to transform this into a circular thing that looks like a record, basically. And this technique is also very useful if you want to do, like, there are these art pieces, I know it from Dali, for example, that you have like a bottle that is made from mirrored glass. So you can put it onto a table and draw something around it, and then it shines upwards. And in Dali's example, you see a skull then when you look at it. So you can do all these like crazy transformations. In this case, it's about having something square and making it to a record. This technique also has been something that has been used in the past, and Dasha Hivitt recently twittered this German DIY magazine that's basically the same idea in order to use like a light and then check with the records if the record player is running at the right speed. So here in this image you can see this one is a one for yeah, two different setups. One time I think for DC, another one is for AC. So techniques of checking if your device is running at the proper speed. And with the orbiter, that is the inspiration. One really cool thing about that is that you can freely set the speed that the disk is spinning, and through that, yeah, have a nice representation of the time. And further down, we come to the Pocket Science Lab. This is a rendering of the newest version, and it's a really amazing tool that you probably know about already. And if not, there are a few more talks happening at FOSSASIA that cover the possibilities of the Pocket Science Lab, and it's a very great tool to realize something like the thing that we did right now. It was like a matter of, I don't know, not even minutes to connect the things, and then there are already like pre-prepared Python bridges to, for example, take the voltage, put it into the port that's meant for that. It's called voltmeter, and then this gets forwarded. The signal from, for example, I don't know, I have like a drum machine thing here, but it's connected. 1 second. So, for example, this, it's easy to connect this then to the Pocket Science Lab and have the voltage, the control voltage, jump into this thing. How does this work? Technically, there's open sound control. OSC is really good. It's a really good protocol, and has been invented by Matt Wright and Adrian Freed at the Stanford Center for New Music and Audio Technologies. And it's basically a protocol that uses, for example, like Ethernet or Wi-Fi. It's an internet protocol, but is focused on music data, but you can also use it for other things. For example, if you want to do training with like machine learning libraries or something, it's useful for that. It's basically like a good next version of MIDI, because MIDI, the other musical protocol, has its limitations, and open sound control is even better. What's next on our slide list? Tidal cycles. Tidal cycles is super cool. It's basically a way of doing live coding with Haskell. I don't really know Haskell, but I managed to get sounds out of tidal cycles, and you, for example, program it in your Atom text editor, and then you can create patterns of sound. So you can say, okay, like each cycle it should play the bass drum twice and the hi-hat once, for example. And if you want to listen what this sounds like, there is, for example, a link to a recent recording at Algorave's 10th birthday party. The real pros, I think they're comfortable enough to live code everything from scratch. For me, it was easier to make something that I like the sound of and then play it basically by triggering the things and maybe changing only little elements. Yeah, but so if you go to our GitHub README file that we are playing this from at the moment, then you can also check this out. And then we can jump already to some live demo, and then maybe jump back if we still have a little bit more time to dive deeper into other questions or something that happened then. But first, please, Sarah, continue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, lots of new things for me. Tidal cycles was something I've never used before, but I really enjoyed the idea that you can hear your own code. And this was so fascinating for me that I really wanted to do a project with it. I think it's very good to learn coding, even if Haskell is not so much a very common language, but I think to get the concepts, it's very cool. And I just wanted to show you, like, because there are so many new things, like a little pipeline from our projects. Okay, first we had the analog data sensing with our infrared diode that is just looking for different colors and how good they are with reflecting. And then our phototransistor that reacts to the light and will give out more or less resistance, and so you can build something like a voltage divider. And this we plugged in to the PS Pocket Science Lab, and this was very simple. There's a voltmeter and this reads the voltage, and then we created an open sound control message, and this is based on an UDP client, and the open source open sound control is sending data over the local host with the here's an IP address, and then you always need to give it a port and an address, and this can be everything. Here it's blah, but it can be everything. And then, of course, you put your data into open sound control, and then the magic is happening, the digital data processing. And Tidal is something that needs an interactive editor. For this, we used Atom, and this is listening constantly to receive open sound control messages over the port 6010, and it creates pattern, and this pattern, they react in a certain way on our voltage values from the drawings. And Super Collider is the sound engine that will output the created sound. And yeah, this is like the signal flow, and here this is how it now looks at my home, and you will, in a minute I will change my camera and then you can see more. And here you can see the results. This is from Audacity, and here you can see the sound when the sensor is not connected to a drawing, and then here I was holding it close to a drawing and it does something funny, and then at the end I took it away. So it has definitely a huge effect, and our idea at the end, our concept was working. That is not always the case, but this I was very happy that it worked out that well. Okay, now probably I just can end the slides, and I go and I change my camera. Let's see if this will work. 1 second.
I can, in the meantime, check if there are already some questions in the shared notes. There was the question for the repo link. It has been added. Maybe if there are more questions, feel free to add them to the shared notes so we can answer them after. And if you can enhance the size of Sarah's current video window, then you see already the spinning. And this is Kurt. There's a sample that is called Kurt, and I hear a repetition of this sample. Whoa. So this is a disco lamp actually that has a motor inside. That's why you see some blinking at the same time, additionally. And this is just a small example of what one could do with a device. And probably in the future, it's nice if it's like fixated properly, and maybe one can use it with one's own record player if one owns one. But I think you get the idea.
Yeah, and there are, of course, lots of more opportunities with different patterns. It was my first contact with Hexel and Tidal, so I just could use one line, and but this was already like a very strong result, I think, for the first prototype. So, and that's what I really like about the PS Lab. It's like very useful for prototyping, and even if you are not sure what you need or what you want to do, it's kind of there in the PS Lab pipeline. I really liked it. Yeah, and I learned a lot about Super Collider and Tidal. I've never heard things about it, but Tidal Cycles, I can tell you, try it. It's so much fun. It takes maybe a while to install because it's not just one software, it's 3, 4. And so you need to be patient, but then it will be the best ever.
It can be a lot of fun also to check out this recent Algo Rave thing. There are a lot of people that contributed, and because it's like the idea behind live coding basically is that normally you share your screen so you can see the code at the same time, and yeah, can just skip through the archive and look if you like something, and then you can figure out already how they did it and redo it. And what's super great about the Pocket Science Lab, I think, is that you don't have to flash the firmware and have another problem base basically, but you know, okay, like this is working, this will give me my voltmeter output, and then I just need to grab it on the other side and send it further in my computer, but not like with other things that you have a lot of different places where the problem might lay if you don't know why it's not working at the moment. So now I think would be time for questions. It's probably very late already in Singapore. It's like almost midnight. Yeah, but if there are questions, we're very happy to answer.
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for the presentation. It's very, very interesting. I actually must say I was recently, not so long ago, playing around with this libraries to create music in an effort to just a fun project, just trying to automate the creation of songs, like randomizing, you know, like you just create one song and then try to randomize certain things. And then as you choose different values, then you end up with different songs, right? Different melodies or whatever. You guys play around a bit with it. Do you guys see that as a possibility? Like, could you end up having something close, maybe not like techno electronic music kind of thing, but like these minimal kind of songs that have like not much. There's something that can be done there in that area. Like
it's super fun because you can actually, it's a little bit like when you do processing visuals or something, and you just write code and then you see, oh, okay, like, do I like this? Let's change this little parameter, and then you look at it again. And that's the same with sound. Like you just constantly keep tweaking things and changing code, and then you get the feedback at the same time, and then you okay, this is going to the right direction. No, this was like not a, let's go back, let's figure out. So it's a very interactive sculpting process for me. So I think it's fun. And
yeah, yeah, that's very nice. And then I also have another question about this the experiment that we just saw with the with PS Lab. Is so you see this like on like as a turntable kind of thing, and then like the device on top should be like that, if I imagine correctly. So like this is like I could see this, like, you know, sometimes DJs like to have like weird stuff in the stage. So it could be like something that is creating sound for them, and they do like a drawing live and then just put it there. That would be something very interesting. Yeah, very cool stuff. Also, do you think you could use, because these drawings are simple drawings, do you think if the drawing is more complex, does it work? Does it not work? Is it too weird? Like, can I use like a picture and then put it there? And then we get what kind of sound like that? Does it look like, because this one was like a very simple sound, right?
No,
Or it was-
you go.
Okay, yes, it reacts to colors and it reacts to distance. You can have like you can use it as a distance sensor too. So you can make music with the people in the walking through the space. This would be fun too. But of course, you can use it for everything that has more colors than just black. When it's black, then it's quiet.
Hmm. And then another thing that I didn't get, like you choose the sample that it plays, right? And then it plays around with a certain sample. Nice. So you could do keep changing the sample, and it's another variable that you can add to the.
So last year we showed how you can modify stuff with like a ultrasound distance sensor. So like basically any parameter you can get these values in. So like, for example, right now I think it's connected to speed, if I remember correctly. So the length of the sample, basically, if it gets stretched or squished together, and higher pitch. So this is at the moment just in this little example the thing, but it could be also, I don't know, a high pass filter, low pass filter, could be all kinds of things. Like basically you can route it wherever you can write a value, you can get the value through this device.
Nice. Very cool stuff. So the code is here on the repo, right? So people can download it and then start using it. Great. Yeah, I think I don't have any more questions. Maybe something in the chat. I think it's good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very cool project. I hope to see more of this next generation music devices. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, I think this gets us to our end. Very cool presentation, and I would like to invite Hongfu and Mario to join me for some closing remarks, probably. Hongfu, Mario.
So, everyone, that was the day.
Cannot still see you. There you go.
Awesome. So, Marco, how was it for you the day? It's very late in Singapore, but we thought like the techies are at home at night. They like to exchange a bit. And I saw actually the later it got, the more people followed us on the stream in China, especially, also in other like Asian countries. So that was true. But how's your impression of the first day?
It was great. It was very interesting. A lot of interesting talks. Would love to have a bit more time to spend and hang out with the speakers. I would always love some follow up, and hopefully we can do that next year. I hope to see them all next year.
Well, folk, I think you must be very exhausted. A lot of last minute preparations. So you're like in a lot of different sessions. It seems like everyone wants to have you in their session. How does that come? What's the reason for that? What do you think yourself? I could have some ideas, but what do you think?
Yeah, so I think that the people just want to give me and FOSSASIA a chance to share what we are doing. They also give us a little bit more exposure. So it's not enough that we're running this event. They want to support us more by inviting me so that I can share about the work of the FOSSASIA organization to more people. Yes, and before we finish, actually, I don't have so much to say, except that I would like to say a very big thank you to our video team today. So they did a great job streaming everywhere from, I think, 6 different platforms. Yes, thank you very much, Young Bin, Leslie, and Mr. Lee from Kai Yuan Sư for helping us with the streaming, and of course all the team members, Jasmine, Hương, Eden, and everyone who've been helping us in the background. Yeah. Yes. So. Tomorrow, so here, what time do we start? I have the time of
I'd also
Europe.
like to thank, of course,
Marco,
like our
what time do we
moderators
start
and
tomorrow?
the tech team. I think there was a short glitch with Hongfuk for me, but I heard you thanked everyone, and I also want to mention our moderators, Marco and Roland and Mishari. Yeah, you really did a great job connecting with the speakers. Hongfuk, I think your question was, what's up for tomorrow?
Yes, and I'm surprising that my internet in the center of Berlin is so bad. I'm right near the TV tower. What happened with my internet? Yep. So it's breakfast included in the Good Morning session. Yes, François, breakfast is included. You can have your own breakfast at home. Yeah. So it's gonna be 4 a.m. for France, but you're more than welcome to join us for breakfast. Yeah. Like a self-serving breakfast. Get yourself a breakfast at home and watch the FOSSASIA online.
Okay, and then at what time do we start in the Singapore time zone?
At 10 o'clock? Yes, 10 o'clock we start Singapore time.
Okay, very cool. The schedule is out there. Tomorrow will be a lot about hardware in the sense like microchips. In the beginning of the day, it's like a big topic, chip shortage. So we need much more people who can work on this open source chips, of course, but also all other components of chips, all other areas to make chips. It's such a complex thing that we need to spread the knowledge about this. And then there will be Cloud Skill Challenge prize session again. Today we had people coming in, oh, I missed the session on this and that, I wonder if I have won. So we had some announcement today. Tomorrow there will be more announcement who are the winners. There will be workshop on Asia. There will be a session about open science meets open source, and we have an entire track on databases with MySQL, PostgreSQL, AWS is a topic again, the cloud, LibreOffice, Log4j, privacy topics, security topics are big. The track will be run tomorrow by Roland Turner. Harris will come in with a talk about WireGuard. We talk more about digital sovereignty privacy, document collaboration. There's a project OpenPGP that will be presented by Kushal Das. And we have topics related to web and web development. Python is always a topic here, mobile development, Kotlin is a topic here. And we end the day tomorrow with sessions on artificial intelligence. So quite a big day tomorrow. And I think that's all for today then. Let's get some sleep and let's have the sessions then tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Hong Fook, and see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Have a good day.
Asia. Ciao, ciao.